Welcome to QRILLPAWS Arctic World Series. We're in our second day of the Volga Quest in Russia. And with me in our studio today, I have our expert who's participated in the Finnmark race 9 times and the Femin race 10 times. Welcome, musher Nina Skramstad.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Yeah, wow.
It's been a lot going on tonight.
It's very interesting to follow this Russian race. I mean, we have such a different mushing culture and nature. The whole race is just a very exciting experience, even from the studio.
Yes, because we got an earlier finish than we thought.
We sure did, Maria. I woke up this morning in Norwegian time, and I was expected the winner to cross the finish line in some hours, which would be directly in the studio, but we had on a finish this night, actually.
Yes, and we'll take a look at what's coming up today. Volga Quest 2020 has a winner. We get to see the moment when Demchenko crosses the finish line. Overnight, some mushers scratched and is no longer in the race. We will get to know why. We'll have several guests in studio. One of them is Nina Wallen, who had a rough start at the Femin race last week. But first, we'll take a look at what's happened overnight. Because it's been a lot going on, you know.
Yeah, we had the mushers were leaving the Karmali 1 checkpoint, going out to Slada and back to the Karmali checkpoint again. And these are pictures from the Karmali checkpoint this night. And the musher decided to rest, or someone even went on. So what's happening right here is the mushers who has decided the dogs, the teams needed a rest. Taking care of the dogs, you know, at the Karmali checkpoint, it is a mandatory 6-hour rest, but the musher might choose whether to take them at the first Karmali checkpoint or when they pass Karmali the second time. These pictures are from the Karmali 2, and all these mushers have taken the 6-hour mandatory rest at the Karmali 1. But they do need some rest for the dogs going back to the finish again. So what we see here is Demchenko, I believe, taking care. No, wait.
Yes, it looks like Demchenko, yes.
He rested just a short time before moving on. And then some of the others decided to stay for a longer time.
Yes, because it doesn't hurt to rest more than you have to, right?
You know, Maria, there are not so many competitors in this race. And if they want to finish the race, they would need to take rest here as well. Although one of them actually moved out of the checkpoint after only 20 minutes. That was Demchenko. He only rested for 20 minutes before moving on towards the finish line.
Okay.
But bib number 21, Tyryomin, he decided actually to stay for much longer.
Yeah, here we see Tyryomin.
There he is. He was in a second position coming into the checkpoint, and he decided to stay for as long as 6 hours. And he already used his 6-hour mandatory rest at the Karmali 1 checkpoint, which here he's just thought his dogs needed more rest, so he decided to take even more, 6 hours more.
What do you think about putting the coat on the dogs?
Well, he's wearing coats because the dogs have been resting for many hours, and the coat is keeping the muscles warm. These coats are also used when it's cold, when the dogs are running, of course. And it seems to me you see the fog or the air you can see in the picture here. It's probably a lot colder in the night than it was during the day.
And what is he doing now?
He's massaging the back of his dogs, the muscles, warming up the muscles. Maybe this dog was a little bit stiff after running for a while. I'm sure if you have done a lot of training, I'm sure you'd like to have a nice massage as well.
Yes, I sure will.
Warming up the muscles and getting out the stiffness. So that's what he's doing, and that's a very good dog welfare to take care of each dog, being able to recognize which dog needs a massage, which kind of treatment the dog needs. Now he's massaging the shoulder, the front part of the dog, and the dog surely likes it. It stands still and
Yes,
enjoys a nice massage.
because
Before moving out.
the dogs are pretty similar to humans in that way. If you've been running for a while, you need that care.
Absolutely. You need to be taken care of, and dog welfare is very, very important in dog mushing. And I'm sure there are no other people that knows how to take care of dogs than dog mushers do during the year, because it's so important to have very well-functioning dogs, and you have to take a very good care of your dog all year to have a good dog team in the race.
And here we see Mikhail Fateh.
Yes, this is Fatjev, and he was down to 7 dogs coming into this checkpoint. He dropped some dogs at the first stages of the Volga Quest, and he even dropped one dog, I believe, after starting. No, we started the long part, the last part, with 7 dogs. He has very houndy dogs. These dogs would you not normally see in long-distance races in Europe or the States. These dogs are more houndy. This means that his dogs are Alaska Huskies, but they are bred with more bird dog into them. They have more like a German Pointer or Forster, those faster dogs bred into them. So they have a lot more speed, and his dogs even have less coat. So these dogs you would normally find in shorter races in Europe, other parts of Europe, and in the States. So his dogs are fast, they have less coat, and maybe he has a young team, because we have seen that Fateh have had leader problems. You know, remembering going out from the start yesterday, he had problems with one of his lead dogs because it was too shy for the people at the spectators.
So he got
Yeah, he
worried?
chose to take the lead dog, one of his lead dog, out of the lead position, and he actually placed the dog on the sled, just leaving the starting chute. That was just because the dog was afraid of the spectators. So when he was out of the starting chute, away from the people, he decided to put the dog back again. So his dogs are pretty young, I suppose, and not used to so many people. Yeah, here we have some numbers. Okay, so here we have one of the teams getting ready to leave the Karmali checkpoint, the last checkpoint of the Volga Quest the last stage. So this is Demchenko, the leader of the race. At this point, he is waiting for his dog team to leave.
How do you think his dogs looks like?
Well, of course, they've been running a lot, but they are standing up. They are making some a little bit noisier so I'm sure they are eager to run, but they're not extremely energetic. But that's not a big problem. These dogs are looking at their owner. They're turning their heads, watching at Demchenko, giving them instructions of what to do. And I'm sure he can leave whenever he wants, because he has already taken his 6-hour mandatory rest. So what he's doing right now is just making sure the whole team is ready to leave after a short break. Mm-hmm. And I am not sure, but from the start interval, the mushers started with 2-minute interval. And when they had their 6-hour mandatory rest, the start time adjustments, the intervals were not evened out. So I believe what we're seeing here at the last checkpoint, this is where there is like a time you have to stay here to get out before you go out.
And here Demchenko is leaving the Karmali checkpoint.
Yes.
Where will he go from here?
From now, he is in the lead of the race, leaving the Karmali checkpoint, and he's now going on the last leg to the finish line. So that is in Shiryevo. And the last leg of this race is about 70 kilometers. We do have to keep in mind that those miles or kilometers are a little bit different from leg to leg than we were told. So it might be a little shorter leg.
And
So this was Tjurmin.
Tjurmin.
Yeah.
Yes.
He actually left quite a while after Demchenko, but these were clips or pieces of footage we got from our crew in Russia last night. So they were there to film these two mushers out of the checkpoint, but Demchenko, he actually left with quite a lead. To Tjurmin.
Yes.
No, we have problems sometimes
With the Russians. Yeah. But do you think it was wise of Tjurmin to just stay a bit longer than he had to at
Oh,
Karmali?
absolutely, Maria, because Demchenko has such a clear lead. And Tjurmin knew he will be second out on the trail anyway, and his dogs need a little bit rest, and if he took good rest because he knew there would not be any threats coming from behind other mushers, and he would like secure his second position, I'm sure.
Yes.
We're still waiting for him.
Tjurmin, Arseny Tjurmin, he came in first last year. Do you think, as a musher, you feel this pressure to kind of uphold your position the next year?
Well, at this point in the race, he knows that Demchenko has such a clear lead, so I don't think he is stressed about that. But I'm sure he wants to keep sure that nobody's trading him from behind, that there wouldn't be anyone coming from behind taking his position. But you know, this is a race with quite a few. There are a few mushers, right? And we do have seen some scratches and also.
Yes.
One disqualification. So it's a very few musher in this race, which makes it a bit different from all the other races we cover this season and all the races in Scandinavia and the States and Canada. But I'm sure he'll get a very nice prize, but we can talk more about that later.
Yes, we actually have some pictures of one who had to scratch last night. It was, and this is
Gurino, yeah. What we're seeing right here is Gurino he pulled straight through Karmali 1 checkpoint, and he did not rest.
No, but first he had some problems with his...
yeah, because he went straight through Karmali 1 on the way to Uslada. And on the way to Uslada, he understood that his dogs would not take command. They didn't want to run anymore. So he actually had like a mental problems with his lead dogs. I mean, they are not physically tired, but his dogs are mentally tired. And this could be because these dogs are not used to competing in longer races. But Gurino, like we see here, he also has quite houndy dogs. And this race is not made for very fast dogs. Anyways, he had to scratch the race. He turned around and went back and was picked up by a car. So he was disqualified at the end.
Yes. What do you mean by mentally tired?
What I mean is that his dogs needs to be trained in the right way to handle a long-distance race. And that's also psychologically training, not like mentally training. These dogs needs to know that they will be out on the trail for hours and hours. And what you have to do is to prepare them for that in different training conditions and also like the right mileage before you get to the races.
What do you think he is doing here?
As we see here, as in other European races, you are allowed to have a cell phone. And he's probably making a telephone call to his handlers, making sure they can come at this road crossing and picking up. So he's now sitting here with his dog team, with his dog out of the way, and waiting for the dog truck or the car to pick up his team and himself and leave the race.
Yes.
So we know. After a while, we got information that he did not scratch. He was actually disqualified because the Russian race has a rule: the dogs needs to move on voluntarily, which is a normal thing the dogs will do, but they did not. And he tried to make them move on by trying the dogs in different positions, and he had lead dog problems at the end. All his tries did not work out, so he was disqualified.
Do you think this could have been prevented if he rested at Karmali checkpoint?
Maria, yeah. I think rest early in the race is always important. As Dallas and Greg and Bruce and the others said yesterday when we had the live show yesterday, it's the best thing he would have done was to rest.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And in Russia, in Shiryevo, we have Greg and Bruce. Let's hear what they have to say.
Квалификация несправедлива, принуждения никакого не было. Я принуждал. Он просто разворачивался, запутались постромки, и они...
In his point of view, he think he didn't force animals. When he tried to take turn back to the Kamale, the dogs come into the ropes and they become panic, and then the situation happened.
All I would say is they have good body fat and they seem healthy. It's just needing to have, a few more leaders or the dogs that are comfortable with people. But I understand the situation.
Он говорит, что он понимает ситуацию, что ваша команда видно, что нужен, может быть, еще собака лидеров, которые более комфортабельны при людях, либо да.
Ну да, может быть, да. Лидер нужный. У меня вот есть 3. Дело в том, что это вторая гонка в этом сезоне, всего вторая. Тренировки, а гонка только вторая. Гонок мало.
He says, I train, but it's only the second race he participate, and so it's it.
And races are a learning experience for the dogs because oftentimes that's the first time they get to be around lots of people.
Гонки — это тренировочная тоже вещь, потому что тогда они привыкают к окружению людей.
Я знаю. Ну вот так получилось. Это моей вины нет, понимаете?
He said, yes, I know it happens. He don't say it's his fault, so it was just situation.
Well, there's always next year, and you can always come back with a good team again and have another good run, and maybe find some people with lead, to be around the lead dogs more.
Он говорит, что это не конец, и следующий год он вам желает удачи, может быть, найдете хороших лидеров, и в следующем году будете участвовать. И...
Спасибо, да.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Dallas, this is a situation that is difficult for a musher, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this race didn't go the way that he wanted, right? It's something that I think mushers feel really personal about their dogs, and it's kind of, I don't want to say, well, yeah, it's kind of embarrassing if things don't go well. You feel like you let your team down, you didn't prepare enough of the lead dogs, so it's difficult. It's hard to handle, but what's important is that the dogs, it has to always be something they want to do, and that's where you do have a race, that you do have some safety nets in there, and to make sure that it stays a constructive thing for the dogs. And I was happy to see that dogs are still wagging their tails, and as long as it's early enough and it's not a scary thing for the dogs, then it's okay. But you don't want to get in a situation where it starts to be negative or a real problem, and we the people know that this is a race, and we know that people are watching, and we know that people will remember this next year. The dogs don't know that. So all they know is that they're running and it's fun or it's not fun. So we have to make sure that it's always fun.
So it's like a musher, you feel like kind of judged in a situation like this, right?
I suspect so. I mean, I've been fortunate, and I always am very cautious because I never want to break that trust that you develop with the dogs or put the dogs in a situation that they can't not just succeed or accomplish the task, but thrive in that task. So I'm very cautious in that regard. But yeah, it's tough for mushers. I've seen it happen, and whether it's a lead dog or maybe they overestimated what their team could do and they can't make it all the way to the finish, it's a little bit embarrassing, and that's a problem. But we have to learn and we have to grow, and sometimes you got to think like a dog, and that is, today is done, tomorrow I'm going to do better, I'm going to learn from it, but I'm not going to dwell on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And so is it the right decision from the marshal's point of view?
Absolutely. It's good for a race marshal to care about the mushers and care about the dogs even more, but you got to care about all the mushers. And if you have rules, you have to enforce the rules. And I think it's good to have rules that say you can't make the dogs go by walking in front or pulling. I mean, now if it's a terrible blizzard and you're leading the way and they're willing to go along with you, then great. But that's the rules, and the race marshal has to enforce that out of respect for all the mushers in the race. If those are the rules, you have to enforce them. And I think tomorrow, when there's a little bit of sleep, I think their musher will be a little more, yeah, that was the right thing to do. I was getting frustrated, and it was good that we stopped before, I got frustrated and the dogs got demoralized because I'm frustrated, right? You can't get in that position.
There's still four mushers resting at the checkpoint, and they're still going to be there for some hours still. We'll soon they'll go out again. So how do you see the four of them now? Are all of them having the 6-hour rest?
I think that from what we've watched in this, that was the one big mistake that Yuri could have done differently, is have given that big rest early. If you know that you don't have depth in your lead dogs, you have to make sure that they're even more rested and even easier for them to do the trail. So that was, in my opinion, the last big mistake. And I'm sure there's mistakes before that, but that was the last big mistake, was not taking that rest there. For the other mushers, they're going to have a nice 6-hour rest. The dogs just started. They only went about 80 kilometers. For sled dogs, that's not too far. It's fairly simple for them. So I think they're going to be coming through here at 10 miles an hour and doing this trail pretty dang quickly, and they'll get back to Karmeli. And I think they will take another, not a full 6-hour rest, but take a good rest there before running just that last run to the finish.
Now that was Carrie Ann, our reporter, and Dallas CV, our expert. So what did you hear from this interview with Godunov?
What I heard, he was of course disappointed, but I think what Dallas said right here is just spot on. What happened right now, that he was disqualified, but that he did not take that long race at Karmeli 1, that was just the one big mistake out of probably more mistakes done before that. But that was a big mistake he did. Moving on, when the dogs should have had the rest. And of course, as I told earlier, we did see a dog team here that was not very familiar with people and spectators. So I'm sure Godunov would profit from traveling to more races and socializing his dogs and, racing his training as well. Maybe go a bit slower in the start as well.
Yes.
To have the long distance pace.
Dallas is talking about this trusting bond between you and your dogs. How important is that?
It's extremely important. I mean, if you want to do a long distance race, or if you want to do sports with your dogs and have results, every kind of sport, if you're hunting or guarding sheep, if you you want to have a good relation with your dog, doing something with your dog, you need to spend as much time as possible. You can't just get that dog 2 weeks in advance and just train that dog for a big race and then expect the dog to trust you after 1 week or 2 weeks or some days. To spend as much time with the dogs and train them and be with them under different conditions, that's what I would say in Greek, alpha omega.
Yeah, and now we'll check in with Dallas and Carrie Ann there at the finish line in Cheriaevo.
Here, and we're waiting patiently for this race to come to the finish. And Dallas, we're getting there. And what is the musher thinking about right now?
Sure. So they're on the last run of the race here. Been on the trail for quite some time now. This is gonna be a long run coming into the finish, and it's not so far to the finish from here. So at this point, I think the mushers really start to focus on getting to the finish line and getting this run done as easily as possible for the dog team, and starting to think about, at least for me, even though the race is over, what am I going to do as soon as I get there? Getting your dog team taken care of. And also, he's got to be proud of the team having run a good race. They've actually run a pretty solid race. And a nice looking team in the process. So we'll see what they look like when they come by here, but he's got to be enjoying it and proud of the team, and I'm excited to get some sleep probably.
We're not we're quite close to the finish, and they're going to go, here they come behind us, and they're going towards the finish. And we've been following them all the night, and what do you think Slava's race, what would you say about his race?
Yeah, the deciding point for Slava here, what he did differently, I suppose, is he took his mandatory 6-hour break in Karmeli, and then went out to Uslada and back to Karmeli and stayed just 20 minutes, which is long enough to give a quick meal to the dogs and then continue on to the finish. Given the kind of shorter nature of this race, that's very doable. He's been maintaining a fairly steady speed throughout this last run as we've been watching the trackers. That's what his team was able to do, that the other teams weren't able to do necessarily, or chose not to do, one of the two. And that's what's put him into a commanding lead here as we're getting close to the finish.
And Arsene he's just left from Carmelie, and he's coming through. He's took a nice rest also at Carmelie.
Yeah, so Arsene took a very long rest there. I mean, he took his mandatory 6th, then he went out to Uslada and back to Carmelie and stayed for a long time. And quite frankly, I think he realized, I'm not going to be able to keep up with that team, and wisely chose to hold back, or just for whatever reason decided he didn't want to do that pace. So he's going to stay there, and once you stay there for a little bit, there's no pressure from behind, so you might as well stay for a long time, right? There's not a big hurry.
He's taking time for his dog to recover and just to finish a race. Is that important to finish?
I think so. I mean, personally, I try to finish every race you start, assuming that it's going to be a good experience for the dogs, that it's something that's going to be positive for them. But I'm not going to, I don't want to say never, but if it's something like my sled is broken, yeah, I'm going to take the time and fix it, and I might finish in 50th position, but I'm going to finish the trail. I think the first priority should be to run the race in such a way as to finish it, and then secondly, try to finish in a good position, but complete the trail whenever possible, as long as it's productive and healthy for the dog team to do so.
Petejev have decided to scratch, as well as there are only 2 that actually finished the race. Petejev, he started from Carmelie this night, but he had to come back again because of his dogs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're in Russia, and it's a kind of budding kind of mushing and race community, especially over here. There's the Chimkacha race and some other races over here, and this year what we saw that was very different from last year was most of the teams competed in the mid-distance race. That took part as kind of the first part of this long-distance race, and then there's only a small handful of mushers that chose to do the long-distance race because of the bad training conditions this year. Mushers felt like they just didn't have enough conditioning on their teams to take on the long-distance race. So we saw a very small field, and even some of those that started the long-distance race still just didn't have that much conditioning, and have had to choose to pull out of the race because of that. So it's interesting to see just such a small field finishing this race, but I think it's also important that you support all of them to the point that they're doing it well and making a good decision to leave the race or running the race well, for those that are finishing, to help kind of build this community of mushers for the long term, right?
For the long term. And, Slava, he's also preparing for the Barents race.
Yeah, for the Beringia race, so that's always the focus for mushers is if this isn't your big race, using it in such a way that it sets you up for success in the races later in that year. So I think this is partially why Slava is doing the race the way that he is. Maybe he feels that he needs some training doing a longer run, because I don't think it was necessary for him to do this even to win the race, right? So I think that this is beyond just winning the race. I think it's doing it the way that he thinks will be the most beneficial for his team developmentally.
What do you think he'll learn from this race?
That's an excellent question for Slava when he gets here. I think you will learn something from every race. If you don't learn something from every race, then you, the musher, are doing something wrong, right? So it's always something if you're looking closely, and sometimes it's not a big thing. It's just more information in the bank. How your team reacts to certain situations. It can be not a huge thing, but a 1/10 of a mile an hour slower speed because of, this move or that move, or I think it's just a deeper well of knowledge. Sometimes it's very profound, like, man, I have got to learn how to wax these runners better because I made this run much harder for my team because I didn't have the right equipment for this run. So sometimes it's something very obvious. Sometimes it's a collection of little things that you may never consciously use that information, but what you'll find is later in your career, you have a gut feeling. And that gut feeling is based off of thousands of hours of just experience. So sometimes it's not so pronounced. It's just it contributes to that gut feeling later.
We're going to wait for our Slava to come by here for going to the finish.
Yeah,
but
coming soon.
Before that, give me a little short report about how has it been for you to be here in Russia, Dallas?
It's been interesting. First of all, it's fun when you visit a place and you're not going as a tourist in the context of I'm gonna stay at this hotel and I'm gonna go to this beach and I'm gonna do this tourist activity and I have a travel agent. No, when you go somewhere to live or work there, it's a different environment. So we're staying in a very traditional house. We have Olga feeding us on a regular basis. You're dealing with the language barrier, but also living in the house with somebody who you're working with, they're helping cook food and you're grateful for that and you're trying to communicate that through a language barrier of sorts. Some information makes it through, and then other people are so happy to pitch in if they do know English, right? That's the only connection you have, but it instantly becomes a strong bridge because there is some connection. So, I mean, it's always unique to see a new place, and I love seeing it that way. Not just showing up in the hotel, and it's been great. The people have been super welcoming, super warm. I really enjoyed it, and I think an important thing for me traveling is don't judge it, don't compare it to something else. Just enjoy it and see it for what it is.
And I can tell you that Dallas loves the pancakes of Olga. He eats all of them. But we're going to stay here and wait for the guys to come by. And back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Carrie-Ann. Well, Dallas here is talking about this gut feeling and that you can't always say how it is to be a musher and what you should do because you just have this experience and the feeling. How do you feel that?
That's a wide question, but mushing is a sport of experience, but we do see a lot of rookies doing very, very well, learning quick and do the right things. But you do need to have the feeling for dogs. You do need to have the overall, the gut feeling what is the right thing to do. And if you're too competitive, if you have such a competitive mind, you might lose that feeling sometime and think beyond what is good for the whole team. And sometimes you just need to understand that you raise your own team. Don't look at your competitors. Follow your gut feeling.
Yes, because looking at it from a dog's perspective, as you could hear earlier, that the dogs doesn't think this is embarrassing that we have to scratch or give up. They don't think that way.
No, I do think people tend to humanize dogs, which is not right. I mean, dogs are obviously living beings, but it's wrong to go all the way to humanize them, to give them human appearances or feelings. But of course, if the dog is, like we saw at the team of Gordiano, we could absolutely see this team was just mentally, they just mentally quit on him psychologically. So that's something to do with the way they've been trained and also, There's so much I can tell about that.
Physically, but mentally tired.
Oh, yeah, they were not physically tired.
No. Now let's hear from our reporters, Greg Heister and Bruce Lee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from Russia. That is Greg Heister and Bruce Lee. We're here at the finish line of the Volga Quest 2020, and we've got a new champion headed this way towards this stripe. And Bruce, it's a great morning on this trail, and we've got a great champion headed towards here.
Yeah, he's maintained, it looks like, the whole way, and I'm not really surprised. It's a musher that, leaving the chute, I thought was one of the two that looked the best, and I liked that he'd built his own sled and done research, and I like the way his team has moved when we've seen him out there on the trail a little bit. So, and it's a nice, cool morning, good for running dogs. Get that frosty feeling in your nostrils and face, and he'll be here shortly.
Yeah, very good. It'll be Slava Debchenko headed his way for his first Volga Quest championship. It is his fourth attempt at doing so. He finished second the last time the race ran in 2016, so it appears that he's going to get here first this year, and that leaves Alexei Yuriumin back in second place, and he is the defending champion. He won it in 2016 with Slava coming in second. So for 2 years in a row, or 2 races in a row now, we're going to have first and second as the same teams.
And I looked up some information on Slava, and he really has quite a race history. We don't know all the races. Most of the mushing community from Alaska and others don't know a lot of these races, but they hold a lot of different races in various parts of Alaska, huge distances to travel driving to get to them. But the list that I looked at had him running at least 10 or 12 other races. And when I talked to local Russians here, they said, and I showed them the list, they said a lot more than that. So he is a very experienced musher in these circles and well known here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're here. We're ready for the live finish of the Volga Quest, Volga Quest 2020. Oh, God. Until now, let's send it back to the studio in Norway, and I'll warm my lips up.
Thank you, Greg and Bruce. Now we'll take a look at Vyacheslav Demchenko in the trail before he's reaching the finish. Because here he is.
See, Maria here is coming. And this is footage from early morning before he hit the finish line. And this is Demchenko, or Slava Demchenko. You know, this is a nice dog team. He has still a lot of dogs in his team. I believe he's got 10. He's been running this race in a really long distance way of racing. He's been resting, he's been having a nice speed, not too fast. He's taking good care of his dogs, and we do see a nice team coming into the finish line here.
What do you think about his speed?
This is a nice speed. I know, you know, Maria, right now he does not have anybody hunting him from behind, so he just gonna make sure he can get to the finish line in a nice manner. So he does not have to stress dogs because nobody's coming and nobody's threatening his position. And these dogs are basically just having a nice trot coming to the finish line.
And he's using a ski pole.
Yeah, he's helping the dogs. And of course, if it's cold, it's nice to have the ski pole also to keep moving and keep warm for yourself. You see that the trail is a little bumpy right here, but the dogs are doing just fine. Well, it's nice, but the trail looks good. But I mean, normally you will also see some higher speed coming in if somebody's hunting you for your position, but there's no stress. He's just having a really nice walk, call it walk in the park,
Yes.
way into the finish line.
Because
here.
right now he doesn't have any competition.
No. You know, it's a small race, but still, he has done a nice job here. He has done a very good work all the way through the race. His pace, his speed with the dogs has been taken well care of all the way. He did not go too fast in the beginning. He's been resting the way I would have rested. And I think this is well, we know he is a very experienced musher. He's done lots of races. But you know, I have to say one thing, Maria. I think it's very interesting because Demchenko has very limited training facilities. He lives in the proximity of Moscow, and it's hard for him to have good training opportunities.
Yes, but he obviously did very good, and Carrie Ann and Dallas is at the finish line to have an interview with Demchenko.
So Dallas, look behind her. There's a musher coming.
We just got our first glimpse of Solva coming down the trail here. Popped out of the trees just behind us. We're getting pretty close to the finish. There's only a little ways left to go. So this has been a long run for these dogs. They've been going for several hours now after having taken their mandatory 6-hour break. Solva has continued up to Uslada, back down to Karmely, and heading towards the finish line now. So we're going to get a glimpse of him as he goes by here. But these dogs have been trucking for quite a while, but this is a steady team. We saw these guys early in the race, leaving the starting line after for the second half of the race, and they were very steady, very calm, but as soon as you pulled the hook, all of them were digging in, and there's clearly a lot of power and a lot of energy. Coming into Karmely, they were a steadier dog team, but a lot of energy. So while they're not the high energy dog, this is kind of what you would expect from a team like that, is that they're going to be mellow and be able to settle in for a long haul. So when I see a team like that, you got to be careful because their strength is a long haul team. Whereas in some of the other teams, we see a lot more excitement, a lot more enthusiasm, and that's more of a sprinter type dog that's better suited for longer rests and shorter runs. So he's getting close now. He's kind of moseying along down. Man, I know this feeling as a musher. You're standing on the sled, you've been going all night, and you're thankful that the sun is up now, and it's providing a little bit of warmth, but more importantly, it's helping you stay awake as a musher. Because you know, in those very difficult hours between about 3 and 6 in the morning, your head is starting to go down, you're nodding off and waking up. And so you're very thankful when the sun finally comes up, and it's easier for you as a musher to stay awake. It's a little bit warmer. He's going to have stopped many times along this run, giving the dogs a quick snack along the way, keeping that energy level up. You know, we've seen many successful mushers have a longer style of racing where they're able to kind of truck along, hold a steady pace, and do that on not a lot of rest because they're maintaining that easy speed as they're cruising along. Let's take a look at him coming up here. Trucking along a nice little brisk pace here. So far, everybody's looking happy, waggy tails, and they're moving along pretty good. Happy dogs, happy musher. That's what we like to see right there. They've been out here for a while, but this is their comfort zone. This is where these guys are comfortable, just staying on the trail, moving along, keeping it at a happy pace for the dogs.
They looked happy there, the dogs, right?
Absolutely, and that's why it's important, if you're going to do long runs like this, to have a team that is calm in the checkpoints. They're not blowing up all that energy. They're able to be out there, and it's comfortable, it's fun. It's just a nice long walk for them.
So now we're going to have a look when they're coming into the finish, and Greg and Bruce will come there, it will be there and welcome them to the finish.
All right, well, they've done a good job thus far.
Okay, Dallas and Kariana, thank you very much. Greg and Bruce now, we're at the finish line. And Bruce, we're watching Slava Demchenko for the first time in his 4-year Volga Quest career coming to the line first. We're going to crown a champion here in literally seconds.
Yeah, and this dog team from the distance, we're looking at them up coming out of the valley here, out of the hills. They're moving, they're trotting along really nicely. I like the gait they're in, and I'm going to be interested to see when they get up here in the chute to look at the dogs and see which ones are his favorites and how they did during the whole race. It's a long run he just completed, by the way.
Yeah, 108 kilometers, I think, from last check, and did it with very little rest. So this was a guy that was serious the moment that he showed up to race, and he's been racing right to the very end. And this is Slava Demchenko, ladies and gentlemen, headed to the finish line. He will be our champion of the 2020 Volga Quest here in Russia. We've got fans out here, race personnel. You hear the round of applause, and here is our champion, Slava Demchenko.
Да, нормально. Как собачки? Устали. Устали, конечно, всю ночь не спали.
So dogs a little bit are tired, and we didn't sleep for a long time. We didn't stop, but I feel so good.
Slava, how's it feel to win a championship?
Как чувствовать себя чемпионом?
Пока еще не знаю, потому что там сзади еще идут же, правильно? А время?
I don't know yet because I wasn't thinking about the time. So right now I am waiting for their decision about the time.
Okay. All right. And I think there's not going to be an issue with that. Where's Bruce is up with the dogs. Let's take a look up here at the leaders, and we'll get our race analyst Bruce Lee over here to, hey, Bruce. So what do you see? The team looks good.
Well, I just went through the team. Their weight, I'm talking with the race marshal about them. Their weight's really good. Their hydration's good. They look in really good shape.
Yeah, they look like they could keep going.
Yeah, definitely. I like this there's a little leader here up front that seems real energetic and has a lot of personality. But yeah, we were just going through them and kind of touching them, feeling their weight and hydration, and they look really good. And I see there's a pretty proud musher back there right now.
Yeah, and if we can get the camera to point back there, you can see the photographs being taken of Slava Demchenko right now, and of course the pride welling up out of a team, and all of the locals here have come out, and you see the big grin on Slava's face. You've won races. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, big group here of happy Russian supporters. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because you and I met Slava the morning of the race. We spent some time, did an interview with him, and we could tell he was serious, a real professional feel to him, right from his gang line to his harnesses and down to the quality of that sled, Bruce. It was not surprising, I think, that he got here first. He's into it.
Not at all. This team looks really good. This kind of team, I think, could compete in any of the races in North America with the proper training, and they look really good. So maybe we can ask him about some of the dogs.
Yeah. Go ahead and ask.
He's So can you ask him about some of the dogs, which were their favorites, and how they did the last part here?
Вопрос следующего порядка. Как чувствуют себя собаки, которые в лидирующей позиции? Как ты думаешь, как они проявили себя?
Белый пес, он просто отлично.
The white one in the front,
серенькая,
he is
она
absolutely
первый
nice.
раз в этом году лидирует.
And the gray one, she is the leader at first time. It's her first
Ей
race.
тяжело было.
She is a little bit tired. But
Она пугалась, она...
she is a little bit scared.
Там разных моментов на гонке. Но она показала тоже себя
But she is also good.
So mushers in other parts in North America and Norway, just how he ran the last part? Did he snack the last few hours? How often did he feed them coming back in here?
Что очень многие гонщики в Северной Америке, которые наблюдали за гонки, они, во-первых, говорят о том, что ты делаешь правильно то, что подкармливаешь, там, то, что даешь собачкам. Я еще раз говорю, что я не переводчик, но ты в течение гонки еще что с ними делал? Вот ты же не останавливался.
Массаж, компрессы делал, потому что лапы уставали, надо было снять, напряжение было мышечное. Вот. И побольше сна. Побольше сна должно быть. То есть вот эти все процедуры нужно было сделать очень быстро, чтобы собаки больше отдыхали.
He wants to be very hurry up. He tried to do everything so quickly to give them a little bit more rest. And as he mentioned, massage, some compress, warm compress, and make them, give them eat as soon as possible to have a chance to have more rest.
But any snacks on the trail?
Да,
Quick
я спросила
snacks?
по поводу быстрых перекусов. Были у тебя во время гонки? Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Всегда.
Oh, he always doing this. Always give some small snacks.
И на финише тоже обязательно сразу кидаем быструю еду, а потом уже еду основное питание.
On the finish line, as soon as he will able to go to the checkpoint, to stop, he first step is give them some snack, just quickly.
Lots of booties.
Много очень башмаков использовал для собак.
Нет, немного. Они прочные. И почти не стираются вообще.
Not too much, because I have really good quality of boots.
Они не сваливаются вообще. То есть меня за всю гонку потерял только 2 башмака.
It's fixable, and he lose only 2 boots during the race.
Wow. I have something for him.
У нас есть тебе подарок.
So we're winning.
Oh! Hey!
Someday.
Someday. Когда-нибудь.
Man. I did it right.
I did it right.
Yes. Can you ask Slava about winning? It took him 4 years to win a championship, but now he's done it.
Ты же несколько раз участвовал в гонке. Ты один раз снялся, был один раз третьим, один раз вторым, и now чемпион. И сейчас чемпион.
Yeah. Is it relief? Is it excitement? What is it?
Тебе это нравится? Ты к этому шел?
Да, нравится.
He's happy. Look at his face.
How much ski poling? The whole way?
Сколько раз ты в течение всей гонки пользовался палкой?
Да, когда замерзаю.
Yeah. As soon as you feel frozen, I walk with this.
Not to help the dogs, but to warm up.
На самом деле помогаю, конечно.
No, of course, he helped a lot with these dogs for the team.
So at the start, we asked him about the sled. He told us he made the sled. How did his sled that he made do for
Перед
him?
началом старта мы рассказывали про твою нарту, что ты сделал ее сам. Вот сейчас ты ее попользовал. Как ты чувствуешь? Есть какие-то недоработки или все нормально?
Мне нравится.
I like my deal.
Tell him congratulations.
Мы поздравляем тебя
Спасибо.
от всей души.
Yeah,
Ура!
Congratulations. Slava Demchenko, ladies and gentlemen, the champion of Volga Quest 2020. And Bruce with some excellent questions there. And you just learn a lot. And I know it's great for you and for Dallas to come to these different regions on this planet to talk to mushers and get their take on things and see how they do it and see what they have to learn, how far they have to come. But this is a guy that he seems to be on his way to being a real professional.
Yeah, and we should say, I mean, he's going to his dog truck, and they left here, you know, the minute he whistled them up, they jumped up and took off. I mean, I think any musher would be proud at how these dogs look in here. That's why I really wanted to see him right away with the race marshal when he said, come look at these, how's the condition? Yeah. And that was something that I know a lot of people had asked me about before the race, what's the condition of the dogs? And this team looks really good.
Yeah. So we still have another team out on the trail. Terry Human, he is the defending champion, 23 years old, and a guy I know with great dreams, and he seems to be professional and in this for the long haul. He's still coming. He's still out on the trail, but it has been confirmed earlier this morning that he's not going to give up.
Yeah, and he might as well. You gave him a good rest, so give him the run in. Let him learn, use it as a training experience. And as you said, he is the past champion, so it's just his dogs needed more rest, and he can run this last section and get the dogs to learn the trail, get more set up, and to learn himself. But it really is no surprise, Greg. I mean, right when Dallas and you and I watched these teams go out, those teams stood out right from the starting line. Yeah. And I'm really, either one of them in my mind could have won this from what I was seeing and how they handled them. But I think this team just had a little more edge, maybe a little more training, and he definitely had a ton of power.
Yeah, and just a fantastic race again for us to watch and to be here. And again, it's these finish lines where everything kind of accumulates, right? All of the effort and the work and the excitement. You see the other people in Slava's life that are here that have helped prepare the dog team and himself for races like this. And then you see the community and the local pride that comes out. And whether we're in Russia, whether we're in Minnesota or Norway or even in Alaska, that is all very honest, very true, and it's not unique. Right, we see it wherever, and so you saw it here moments ago with all of his comrades that were able to celebrate and enjoy this moment. We're here for.
Yeah, they're all celebrating this one dog team's victory, and they're not just celebrating. I think it's fair to say they're not just celebrating the victory of getting here first. It's the recognition of all the work that went in to having the event and to creating a dog team of this caliber.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we certainly hope you've enjoyed our coverage here of the Volga Quest 2020. We're not sure if it's over yet, but for right now, let's send it back to the studio in Oslo, Norway. We'll get their reaction, and of course, we'll be out here standing by live should they throw it back to us. But what a time it's been in this great country of Russia. Let's go back to Russia. We're in Russia. We're in Russia. Wow.
That's great. And congratulations to the winner, Demchenko.
Yeah, congratulations, Demchenko. Yeah.
Do you think it was it was the right winner?
Well, it was a very nice team. Absolutely. This musher has done the right things. Considering his more difficult training conditions, he's done the right things. I know a little bit more about his training. Might say something about that later on. But that's a nice-looking dog team coming in here to the finish line, and this is a very nice speed for a long-distance team. This is how a team should be coming to the finish line. Not too fast. The dogs are trotting. It's a big team. He only dropped 2 dogs during the whole Volga Quest 470-kilometer race. This musher has done great dog care. Boot is on all the time. Dog boot is on. Well, this is a nice team, and I'm sure Demchenko should be very satisfied with his dogs coming in here.
Yes. And we have Bruce and Greg with us from Russia. And I wonder, Bruce and Greg, how has this been?
Oh, Maria, it's been, I tell you, 3 beautiful days, days that I don't think I'll ever forget. You know, you have this expectation of when you come to these foreign lands like this and what things would be like and what these events would be like, and it has certainly lived up to expectations. And really, I've been overwhelmed by the warmth of the people that have greeted us in this little town here in Russia and that are around this event. It's been a spectacular experience. We've learned a lot, again, about these mushers, Bruce, and the sled dogs. And, yes, so Slava gets here, Demchenko, and he wins the race, and it is certainly an acknowledgement of all of his hard work over these years that build up to a championship. But it's also an indicator to a musher, and maybe this is more important, that they're on the right track genetically, that they're not the amount of work that they put in, but the type of training that they do. Like, he's on the right track. And so he leaves this with a trophy and a championship, but he also leaves knowing that what he is doing is working and he's on the right track.
That he's improving, and that's what we've said in races everywhere that I've been in, is that it's really never totally about the race. The race is the laboratory where you see that you're doing everything else as well as you can the other 50 weeks of the year, or the rest of the year, whatever the length of your event is. So it's the testing ground of, am I reaching the full potential with these dogs? Am I training correctly? Am I fixing sleds right? Do I know how to deal with myself in cold weather and take care of myself so I can take care of the dogs? So yeah, it's a confirmation, and we are in an area that people are really still learning and developing this sport. Tremendous interest. So they're trading ideas, and like yesterday where they took their layovers at the checkpoints, and you and I were invited into the cabin with the mushers, and they offer us coffee and tea, and then immediately, how fast do you guys go in training? They're hungry for information, and that's true everywhere, but there is something special here because this is their first contact with people like Dallas, you and me, to have that open communication and dialogue about dogs, sled dogs.
Yeah. And the other thing that I want to talk about Slava Demchenko about is the fact, Bruce, that he's a happy guy. He was smiley. He was not worn down at all with the adversity throughout this race that he and his team may have faced. And I've seen it in all the years I've been around the Iditarod. The dogs and their spirit really are a reflection of the spirit of the mushers. So regardless of the adversity that he or she may face, if they allow the dogs to know that they're facing that adversity and it's getting them down, the dogs will feel that. I love Demchenko because he was always happy every time we saw it, and he had happy dogs because of it.
Yeah, it's that thing, the dogs reflect off the musher. The musher does reflect off the dogs too, but you are the leader of the team. The dogs have this relationship with the musher, and a musher that always is going, all right, you guys are doing good, or let's really go. They pick up on that. But yeah, right when we first met him, before the race even started in the dog lot, he's immediately showing us stuff, asking questions, sharing about his dogs, and like you said, always a big smile on his face.
Yeah, and it's been a great couple of days. I know after we got off the start line, that was yesterday morning, I think it was, you and I went to the winter road crossing. We had a couple of teams stop right beyond that crossing, and we were able to watch them in action. And you see some areas where maybe they could get a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. We've got Dallas, part of our crew. He's the greatest guy I've ever seen in a checkpoint as far as not wasting time there. And so that's one area that I think if we come back next year or the year after, we will see these guys as time managers, all right, excel and get better. As we saw one team, it took 20 minutes to change booties on the team, right? And again, not to be critical, but again, that's where the development and time and as they get better at this and understand that it's not just about dog care and moving quickly down the trail, it's a time management event.
Well, totally. And long distance racing, 1,000-mile races, being in them and watching them both, observing them. Positions are won and lost in the checkpoints, not on the trail. Nothing to do with the dog. It's the efficiency of the musher. And you're right. Every little thing helps you improve in the overall race.
And I think that's what's going to be great for us as this Arctic World Series goes on over these years, is that if we do come back to places like the Volga Quest and we're able to see this improvement, and we can look back and we can markedly see how things have changed and how the knowledge has broken down and has oozed through the borders that may be separated by political lines or even, borders of countries. But more importantly, the world and information now is freely flowing. And that's also been great over these 2 days to watch these mushers really interact with Bruce and interact with Dallas. They're so hungry for information. And I can tell you right now, whether or not every one of these teams got to the finish line or not, they all got better over the last 48 hours because and give them credit, they've been so hungry for information.
I would agree. I hope that we gave them something back.
Yeah.
Bruce and Greg, I have a question.
And just dog carry everywhere.
Yeah. Hi, Maria.
Hi, I wonder, what is the prize? Do you know what the Slava Demchenko is winning?
Yeah, I think it's 30,000 rubles.
No.
And some Yukonu and some dog food.
Some dog food.
Okay,
yeah.
Nina.
And there is a cash prize. We haven't been able to nail it down here locally for the exact amount yet.
But it's 20 or 30,000 rubles, we believe.
400,000, I hear now, rubles.
Oh,
Let's keep it going up.
We're off by that much. So
Yes.
400,000 rubles, that's a little different, yes.
And that's, yeah, well, can you hear me as well, Bruce and Greg? This is Nina talking.
Hi, Nina.
Hi, Greg.
Hi, Nina.
You know, he's actually winning $6,200. $6,200. That's the first prize. That's 400,000 rubles. So it's a pretty much money for a Russian musher, I would believe.
I think that's a lot for any musher.
Yeah.
Dogs cost a lot. Sleds cost a lot. Booties cost a lot. And dog food costs a lot. So, yeah, anywhere, that's a good purse.
Yeah, and I think they'll make good use of it. And that's the one thing that I've been around these events over these years, that whatever, prize money goes to the mushers, often it goes right back into the dog team. It's not like Slava's not going to go to the store or go and enjoy a weekend away or go on a vacation. That money will go right back into the dog team in the kennel.
Yep.
Well,
so one of the things I want to touch on here just briefly as we follow this course, one of the really nice things has been the little villages we've got to travel through, too, and people just stopping on the road to go, what's going on here, when they see the dogs. And here along the Volga River, there's all these little villages and summer homes. This area behind us is the national park. It's been really nice to see those cultural aspects and the local interest in the dogs here.
Yeah, it's been great. And I think Nina had another question.
well, that's right, Greg. Have you heard of any of the musher, if they had any encounters with the wildlife in the national park?
I don't think we've heard of any stories of encounters with wildlife, but I know that there was some fear of it when we were at the checkpoint yesterday in Karmali. They were headed to an area I know that is infamous with a lot of moose tracks, and certainly encounters are possible in that, but we did not hear any encounters that have happened between now and then. So it is possible, and I think it's possible on all these trails, right? We saw it there at the Bear Grease with Sarah Wallen. She had an encounter with a couple of moose there, and certainly there was a possibility of it happening here, but we've not heard that.
Now, Bruce and Greg,
Nina,
stay
we're
with
happy
us.
that you knew about the... Oh, hi, Maria. Yes, we're not going anywhere. We're here.
That's good. You should stay with us. But first, Dallas and Carrie-Anne has been talking to the head veterinarian, and we'll go over to them.
Over the past days here at the Volga Quest, we've been talking a lot about dog welfare and making sure that the dogs are healthy. And now I'm here with Vladimir Gobsens, which is the main veterinary at this race here at Volga Quest. And tell us, how are you happy with the conditions of the dogs so far in the Volga Quest?
Вы рады состоянием собаки в этом мероприятии?
Да, собаки были подготовлены, владельцы хорошо относились к животным, не было принуждений, собаки в хорошей физической форме. Те собаки, которые не могли участвовать в соревнованиях, они не участвовали.
The dogs were good prepared. The owners looked really good after the dogs. They were good nutrition, and the dogs who could not run were take off. So he's happy.
Was it necessary for you to make a warning, to tell the mushers you can't do this, you can't do that? Did you have to do that?
Было необходимо давать предупреждение, либо говорить каюрам делать так, либо не делать так.
Да, приходилось участвовать, вмешиваться в уход собак, потому что, в общем-то, за некоторой спортивной борьбой забывали о здоровье животных.
Yes, it was necessary to go inside and to take some mushers, his opinion, because in the sport of competition, some mushers forget some basics.
I'm sure that Dallas, you have some question to this the chief veterinary here.
Yeah, absolutely. The first thing I'd ask is there a way that you can, well, how should I say this? How do you go about seeing that the race is a way that you can educate the mushers so that they have better dog care all year round, not just on the race?
Как вы видите, с вашей позиции есть возможность, что вы так будете воздействовать на каюров, чтобы они не только ухаживали за собаками лучше сейчас, в нынешний момент, а целый год или на все время?
Я думаю, что необходимо обучать каюров по уходу за животными, устраивать семинары и обучение, учить их подбирать правильно средства по уходу, расширить немножко фармацевтическую составляющую ухода за животными и обязательно, желательно присутствие как бы иностранных наблюдателей и обмена опытом всемирного объема, потому что соревнование, в принципе, оно молодое, оно только начинается, опыта очень мало, и поэтому необходимо как-то вмешиваться и помогать владельцам, обучать их. Не пускать на самотек.
Yes, it's absolutely necessary to make here teachings, seminars about dog welfare, about how to prepare them for the competitions. It's important that we have 4 specialists here who show them meaning that he will start an exchange of knowledge in an international way, so that people see how it works in other countries and how they can do their best here in Russia.
Yeah. So then the other thing is, it seems very important to have a good relationship between the mushers and the vets, where they feel comfortable talking, to the vets about things and also come to the vets with problems. So how do you help encourage that to where the mushers have good open communication with the vet team?
Это необходимо, чтобы каюры и ветеринары имели хорошие отношения и не опасались перейти к ветеринару, а именно, что с первыми проблемами шли к вам. Как это отношение вы можете устроить, чтобы о нем доверяли и подходили?
Но это обучать практике ухода за животными. Обучать, и человек должен обращаться за консультацией, а не непосредственно лечить. То есть лучше профилактировать заболевание, чем непосредственно уже заниматься лечебным процессом животного.
It's necessary that the people come to the dog not only to the veterinarian, not only when they need help, when we have a damage or the animal's hurt. They have come before that that they care better after the dog, so the damage did not take place.
Yeah. How I view vet care is the best vet care is preventative care, to prevent the problem from happening, and that's good education and knowledge about everything, training and nutrition, the things that they can do before the race starts.
Самое важное, что по Далласу может быть, это то, чтобы это было именно презервация, именно уход до гонки, чтобы когда гонка начинается, животные были в форме состояния.
Но я считаю, что должны быть специальные методики у ветеринарных врачей, потому что спортивные животные, они совершенно отличаются от животных, которые содержатся как домашние питомцы. У них абсолютно другие нагрузки, абсолютно другой рацион питания, абсолютно другой режим содержания. Поэтому я считаю, что ветеринарные клиники должны руководствоваться какими-то едиными правилами подготовки, кормления и контроля этих животных.
There should be a special education for veterinarians for sportive competitions, because it's completely different from a house dog. So about nutrition, about dog care. So in his opinion, there should be specialists in veterinary clinics who are specialized in sportive competitions. So here there need to be more step in education.
Do you think that the fact that we are World Arctic World Series Volga Quest is a part of it? Is that helping his mission, so to say.
Видите, что именно QRILLPAWS арктическая рейс-сервис, вот нынешний чемпионат, что это помогает здесь каюрам именно вот довести вашу миссию и к каюрам по уходу животным?
Безусловно, любое соревнование – это всегда обмен опытом. Всегда обмен опытом, и всегда каждый из каюров увозит отсюда что-то новое. И ветеринарные врачи узнают что-то новое и, как бы, в общем-то, пополняют свою, в общем-то, копилку, с которой потом намного проще работать.
Yeah, he said every competition is where we get experience, and this is awesome that here after this event they come back with more experience, that they come home with other knowledge, and that they can grow.
Thank you so much for your help, and thank you for taking good care of us here at the Volga Quest.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Now, Greg and Bruce, how do you think the knowledge of dog welfare is in Russia?
Well, I think the knowledge is certainly growing, Maria, and I think that's been one of the great purposes of this trip, and for Bruce and Dallas to be here, because they can talk from a professional, experienced viewpoint. And, you know, these guys walk into a room with other mushers, and there's immediate respect. People sit up, their ears perk back, and they're hungry for information. And so they had that symposium-type meeting 2 nights ago here near the start line, and you know, the subject of booties came up right away. And so they all learned that on this type of trail, I mean, there should be booties on feet the entire way. And so it's not that they were neglectful in the past. It's just, again, there was a time, even in the great mushers of the Iditarod, when there were no such things as booties. It took time for that knowledge to spread through that community, and now we're watching it unfold again here. It's enlightening, it's empowering, and at the very most, it's exciting.
Yeah, and we shouldn't ever look at this as it's better someplace else than here. It's a constant educational process. Yeah. 10 years from now, we'll look at what people are doing in the Iditarod or in Norway and go, well, why didn't we realize that before? It's a constant learning process, just like we learn about human medicine every 10 years. So they're learning different things, and there's things we learn from them. But I will say one of the advantages of us traveling around like this, and particularly coming here to Russia, is we're not only promoting the dog mushing sport and building this event, it has also had a sidebar of this has become an educational exchange. And maybe that's the greatest value.
I think that's what we get most out of it, right? Is, again, this information now is free-flowing. And at the end of the day, it's what's best for the dogs, right? The dog care gets better, the lives of the dogs get better, and in the end, you know, mushing as a whole gets better. But we're still here, and obviously we still have a dog team out on the trail. Arseny Turyumin, the defending champion, is out there, and he's on his way to this checkpoint and the finish line, obviously. And we need to give him a lot of credit. Now, he was battling out with Slava through most of the night, and then decided when he got to Karmali, I can't win, and so I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to relax. I'm going to give my dog team a lot of rest and make sure that over these coming kilometers that we run the trail with great joy. And so you give him a lot of credit for that. He did not quit. He did not go home early, and he's going to get here. And so tip of the cap to him. He's the defending champion. He's not going to win this year, but he didn't get sour because of it.
Yeah, and why not? And we see that in a lot of events. There's a point you race as hard as you can until it's obvious that other team's better, and then put more rest on them, keep the speed up, make it a great finish of a race that is also a training run to build attitude and confidence and the bond between the musher and the dogs. It's the smart thing to do. Why push harder when you should be a good enough dog person to realize that team is going to beat me now? And so you think about what your dogs need to improve and to finish with a good attitude.
Yeah, why not? Like, if you're not going to win, we might as well make this a training day, right? And so these finishing hours for Turyumin are are really going to be that. It's going to allow his kennel, his dog team, and himself as a 23-year-old up-and-coming and budding musher in the country of Russia with championships already under his belt. This is going to allow him to continue his progression, his education, and get better. And again, you know, it's about perseverance. At the end, it's about what's doing best by the dogs and by your team. But you know, Martin Boozer, the great grand champion of the Iditarod, used to talk all the time that, you know, you can quit and you can save yourself the pain of that moment, but you will pay the price for the next 360 whatever days until you have to saddle back up and do it again. And so it's all about doing what's best for your dogs and shutting it down, resting, and making sure that you do complete and get to the finish line if possible.
I agree. It's just you race as hard as you can, as long as you can, and then you make the judgment for what should we do from here.
Yeah. And that brings us to the other teams, the teams that maybe didn't get to the finish line this year. And when we came to the race, we were told very much up front that, you know, again, this climate change thing that we've talked about throughout the years all around the world, it has certainly hit this country as well. There hasn't been great training conditions this year, and so some of these teams, I don't think it's not because they weren't great teams or they're not great dog drivers. I just don't think maybe the training or they had as many miles on those teams that they needed to come into a race like this and truly compete. So again, credit to them for understanding and not making their team do things that perhaps they didn't do. But Bruce, we're seeing that throughout. You know, in Alaska, it's a really good winter there. They've got great snow conditions and it's very, very cold again. But it seems like the decade prior to that, training has been an issue where mushers now have to travel a long ways to get them on snow, and there's a lot of four-wheeler and cart training going on deep into the winter these days.
Yeah, that used to be done at those time periods on dog sleds. And then when you and I were in Oslo in Norway, talking to people there that had grown up in Oslo, they said the river in town used to freeze when they were kids and they could ice skate, and there was skiing, cross-country skiing, and of course there was no snow really there. And where Greg and I are standing right now, we are looking towards the valley of the Volga River down below us, and everybody told it, well, they used to have the race on the boat, and you could run any kind of a boat out there. It's a wide open, gigantic river. But luckily, they did have good snow right here for having this event.
Yeah, there's been great snow on the trail this year. But as far as, you know, closer to Moscow, the closer you get to Moscow, the less and less snow. And I think in the city of Moscow, there's no snow right now. And so a lot of these teams have come to the trail without perhaps and I don't know this for sure, I'm just assuming, without the number of miles that they normally would have had come February. And again, as Bruce stated, the Volga River is wide open. There are some ice fishermen down there on the ice. There is enough shelf ice a little bit off the edges, but the middle of the river is wide open. And so, and that is an enormous body of water. We've talked about that, the largest river in Europe. And so things have certainly changed. It's affected things here in Russia, but they're making the most of it. And again, I think as time goes on, if they don't have great snow conditions, they too in time may be running four-wheelers or some sort of cart system to make sure that their teams have proper training and the number of miles on them to show up to a race and truly compete.
That's what you got to do if you have to do it. But
Greg,
hi, Nina.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Bruce. It's Nina again. I do have a question for you guys, or not a question. I do have some information because I know that Demchenko lives in the proximity of Moscow, and I do know he has quite tough training conditions, which means saying tough meaning that he has really bad training conditions. He actually has a loop of 1.2 miles or 2.2 kilometers. He mushes that loop all the time, round and around. He's got about 2,000 miles of training before this race. That'll be 3,500 kilometers of training, which means he's been doing this loop for 1,590 rounds. And this loop consists of trail, or just water and mud. It's just water and mud, no snow. which means his dog must have had a lot of muscle training instead of speed training, don't you think?
Yeah, well, Bruce can probably answer that better than I.
Well, and I guess I'm not really knowledgeable enough to know. I'll talk to him more about it maybe a little later. He's resting now, but that he didn't travel to some other places and do some other training rather than just running a loop all of the time. So I can't really say that that's his only training. The dogs here, I will say, looked really good, and they had the appropriate amount of muscle, but not too much muscle where they couldn't stretch out. They had a variance of gaits, which shows that they've had different types of training. But there's so much more to it than just running a loop. It's the speed at which, if you're out doing dry land cart training, it's how fast are you doing it? How slow are you doing it? Are you pulling a cart? Are you helping them? If with a four-wheeler, are you running the engine? Are you adding weight? So even with that type of training, it doesn't mean it's just one thing. You can train for speed, you can train for muscle, you can train for consistency. And I would really want to get more information from him personally on how he adapted his training more than just judging that dry land training develops one set of muscles or one type of gait rather than another one. There's still a lot of things a musher can do to get variance in their dogs.
And I would assume it's a lot like a climber who can't just train for a mountain on a treadmill. You have to get on uneven ground. You have to go up, because even with the dog, the training has to go up and down hills, right? Because the muscles are being formed and strengthened in different ways. You just can't do it on flat land.
Yeah, and his dogs handled this well enough that they ran on soft snow. Some of the trail I walked on was kind of soft and punchy, and others were hard packed. I would put it in human terms. If you train for bike racing, and you're a really good bike racer, mountain bike, road bike, whatever, and you really are in shape, and then you go skiing, you get sore. Yeah. But wait, you were in shape. Because we use muscles differently. And then you get on a horse and you ride a horse and you're sore. So that's why it's important to train dogs to different conditions. Cross-train to develop all the muscle groups.
Yeah. Good question, Nina.
Well, Greg and Bruce, I have one more question for you guys from Nina here.
Throw it at us.
Demchenko,
Keep 'em coming.
Demchenko won the Beringia race last year, which is about 1,000 kilometers long at the Kamchatka half island. Could you find out if he signed up and what his plans are for the Beringia race this year? That'll be nice to know, because he would probably be the favorite to win the Beringia.
Yeah, well, he came into this race saying that this was one of his training runs for that. So we know he signed up, and it is planned to go back and run that race.
Great. Thank you.
Yes.
Well,
you're at the finish line. Is there any spectators? Is it a lot going on?
Maria, well, honestly, there's not a whole lot going on here. I see some birds flying around in the trees, and it's a beautiful day here. We're feeling some warmth out of the sun. We've got our crew here, but we'll get more people, I think, as Tura Human gets close to this finish line. But right now, there's really nobody here, like literally nobody. But it's pleasant out here. It's a beautiful day, and it's great being near the finish line and the start line. It's where these events start and finish. And, for me, Bruce, being at the finish line for all of these things over these years, and especially the Iditarod, it's just such a glorifying time for me, because I know personally how hard everybody works to get here. And, even if you don't win, you're proving something by getting to the finish line. And so I just love being in these little capsules. And I know that, the teams have faced a lot throughout all of these races that we've covered, and of course, the Iditarod to come. And so by the time they get here, these races really are, the great John Baker, who won the Iditarod in 2011, used to describe the Iditarod Trail as an extension of life, that one faces all of these adversities, and you learn to walk through those. And the most successful people are the ones who are able to do it with a smile on their face. And so, again, when these finish lines are so symbolic so much more than just somebody reaching a finish line. They truly are an extension of what it is to be successful in life. And I love when you paint that picture. It's so very true.
I've always said everything I've needed to learn in life for every other aspect I learned on the Iditarod Trail. Yeah. And Dee Dee Johnroe, who faced cancer, she said, well, I learned how to get through adversity on the Iditarod. Yeah. So she wasn't going to give up. And I think for a lot of us that have run these long events, you have stories, you have adventures, but you also have learned care and awareness for your dogs, which teaches you care and awareness in life, as you're saying. Yeah. And we get to the end of these, and there's stories, and there's laughter, and there's depression and emotional experiences that happen on the trail, but all the mushers learn something.
Yeah. And it teaches them selflessness, because you're going through this adversity out here, and you can't care about yourself. You got to care about the comrades that are in front of you on that dog team. So for now, we're going to go back to Maria and Nina. And I got to tell you both, it's been a blast hanging out with you two. And I know, Nina, we haven't been face-to-face yet. We've spent a lot of time with Maria there in the studio during the Feminine race, but we hope to get face-to-face with you. But it has been an absolute blast to listen to your commentary over these weeks. It's been awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope you will get to meet. Now, Greg was meeting up with the mayor earlier today. Now, let's take a look at it.
Okay, guys, thank you very much, and welcome back to Russia, Greg and Elena. And why don't you introduce us to the gentleman that we're with, name, and I know he's a politician, and where is he from, and how far away, and things like that.
Сергей Николаевич, пожалуйста, представьтесь, кто вы и почему вы здесь.
Федотов Сергей Николаевич, исполняю обязанности главы городского округа Жигулевск, Самарская область.
He is the mayor of Zhigulevsk city, Sergei Nikolaevich Fedotov.
Okay, and his name?
Sergei.
Sergei, okay, Sergei. So ask Sergei about mushing, why it's important for this event to happen here at the Volga Quest, and what is the future of it in Russia?
Сергей Николаевич, пожалуйста, скажите, почему и считаете ли вы важным, что гонка здесь, что международная такого уровня гонка пришла к вам в регион, и как вы думаете, повлияет ли это на развитие?
Да, мы очень рады, что такие соревнования, мужественные соревнования, соревнования настоящих людей прошли непосредственно на нашей территории. Это первый этап для развития нашего города Жигулевск как туристического кластера.
Okay, so we are so glad that the race is here, the World Cup is here. It's only the first stage for us for develop this kind of event, and for this region to be like a big tourist center.
Okay.
Россия — это очень гостеприимная страна, доброжелательные люди, люди, которые любят не только вот эту природу, они любят животных, любят экологию.
So Russia is a very welcome country. The people are very friendly. They are very open for everybody, and we take care about our nature, about our animals, about ecological. So you guys show in your race all of these things.
Yeah, and that certainly has been our experience. To the people of Russia, and specifically this community, how important is a race or an event like this?
Еще раз он задает вопрос, он к нему еще раз возвращается. Как вы думаете, это действительно, вот прям действительно от души важно, что мы пришли, что эта гонка здесь?
Нам очень приятно. Встречаем вас на заповедной земле. Это территория с реликтовыми деревьями, и мы это открываем для всех туристов, для всей земли.
We are so pleased to see you here. And he wants to repeat one more time, you are always welcome here. And this is a place for the real people. And the mushers, they are the real people.
Yeah, and would you please tell him that we have been privileged to be here, and we have found this to be an extremely warm experience over these days, and we're very, very impressed with Russia and the people of this country.
Он еще раз повторяет, что мы очень воодушевлены приездом сюда. Для нас это эксперимент, и для нас это большая привилегия здесь оказаться. Большое вам спасибо за гостеприимство.
Welcome to the Russia.
Yes. Sergey, thank you. Thank him for us.
Спасибо большое.
Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to Oslo, Norway.
Thank you, Greg. And we'll throw it right over to Carrie-Anne and Dallas, who's talking about the arrangement and the event that Volga Quest is.
We're sitting here out where all the dogs have been sleeping and relaxing, and it's getting more and more empty as we come to the end of the Volga Quest, Dallas. What's going on now here at this place?
Yeah, so all the mid-distance mushers that did the first part of the race have been camping here after the race and before as well. So we saw before how they had the straw beds out and the teams kind of build up this snow wall like what we're sitting on now for a windbreak. And now it's time to clean up, right? It's like after having a good time, after having a party, it's time to clean up your mess. So here we see behind us, they got the big garbage bags. You can see the straw has been raked into piles. And this is what's really helpful about the volunteers. I mean, a lot of what they do is kind of a thankless job, right? It's raking up a bunch of straw out in a field. But it's very, very important for a mushing community to be respectful of the places that they're using, the towns that we're going through, whether it's a checkpoint or this town hosting the start, and in this case, the start and the finish of the race. And so they're going to clean up all the straw and make sure that this is nice and tidy. And when all this snow melts, there's not going to be straw all over in the grass and everything else. It'll be cleaned up, put into those bags, and taken away. That's one of the really, helpful things that volunteers will do. And oftentimes you'll see the mushers, handlers, and the mushers themselves out here just pitching in, helping out, and making it a good time, making it a fun work with the volunteers.
And is it different, this place, than other places you've seen?
I think this is yes and no, as always, right? There's always similarities. So this would be very normal in a checkpoint where the teams come in there, the dogs camp on the straw, and then as soon as the teams are leaving, the volunteers are raking up the straw. Or if there's handlers that can get to that checkpoint, for example, if it's on the road system, they're going to be helping out as well. But one thing that's kind of unique here is these mushers come from all over, and it's not common to have like a common dog yard like this for before the race, where the dogs can be kind of out and not by their trucks, but have a room to stretch out a little bit. So that's really neat to see. It's like everybody came here. This was the staging area. They were here for a day or two, camping their dogs here before the race started. So that is a little bit unique.
It was a lot more noise a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it's quieted down. We have just a few dog teams still here. Most people have gone back home, wherever that may be. A few mushers have chose to stay here for a little bit longer just to take advantage of the nice snow conditions and the trails that are here to get more training on their dogs. It is fun for dogs to get to mush on new trails. So the trails at our homes usually get used a lot. And then if you go for a race or an event or even a mushing symposium that you travel for, as a musher, you might stay there for 5 days or a week and get to get that exercise on your dogs on some new trails.
Slava's dogs is here somewhere. What did you do after? How do you thank your dog for a good performance?
I think if you do a good performance, a truly good performance, that was the thanks. Do you see what I'm saying? Running is what these dogs enjoy. So it's not like we're having to coerce the dog to do something they don't want to do and they get a treat for a reward. And it's hard for humans to wrap our heads around this because most of us aren't this innate athlete that we just need to run or have to run. Most of us have a friend that's super active and, they feel better if they get out and do something and they really enjoy exercising. The rest of us view exercise as work, right? And for which we want to be compensated for. Now, I think a well-run race, the dogs are going to love every minute of it. They're going to enjoy it. There might be some challenges, but they're going to enjoy it. That's what they live for. And I think that's important to remember, that you can't say this is not fun, but this part is fun, so that's your reward. They've got to enjoy every minute. Dogs live very much right now. They don't think about yesterday or tomorrow so much.
We're enjoying every minute, and we're still waiting patiently for Arsenio to come to the finish. What do you think he's going through? Is it right now, going to the final part of this this trail?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the race is over. The winner is here, and Arsenio's still on the trail traveling. But this goes right back to what we were just talking about. he's traveling with dogs that are having fun being out there. They took a nice long rest. He realized, okay, we're not going to be racing for first. Make sure they have tons of rest, make sure that it's a fun trip for them, make sure that it's a good learning experience, and make sure that the team is going to be better tomorrow than they are today. And that carries through these dogs' entire life. Every experience is a teaching experience. Doesn't matter if it's a race or not. The dog doesn't care if it's a race. It's a teaching experience. And so are we teaching these dogs that mushing is fun, that it's going to be a good time? That's very important. Are we teaching them that they can trust us, that we're never going to ask them to do something that they can't do and do well? So as a musher, I'm always thinking about what is the dog learning from this experience? What am I teaching them? Not is this a teaching day? No, it's always a teaching day. The question is, what are they learning from today?
So we're teaching, and mushing is fun. Less fun is to clean up, but still, it has to be done. So back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Karian. We have a guest with us in studio, and we'll talk to him very shortly, and also a dog. But first, we'll take a look at the map for what they did tonight.
See, we have the playback here now. We have Demchenko leading the race. They've been to Slada, turning around at the turning point. Demchenko in the lead, to Yurmin in second position. Fatchev having a quick stop in Slada, making his way in third position. And then we have Dudkin all going the opposite direction, meeting the teams head on his way to Slada.
Yeah, because now we get what they call a passing head-on.
Yeah, the trail between Kalamaya and Slada goes, they use the same trail both ways, so they will have head-on passings, but that's not a problem. The dog teams are used to meeting other teams on trail, so we also saw that in the Femin race. What is happening here is Demchenko still in the lead, having a quick stop, probably snacking his dogs, and then Chiryumin following up as number 2, Fatchev coming behind, and then Dudkin still on his way west to Uslada.
And he decided to scratch throughout the night. Yeah.
Dudkin later decided to scratch at Karmali checkpoint, and Fatchev also scratched later on at the Karmali checkpoint. So we actually had 2 mushers leaving the checkpoint of Karmali. That was Demchenko leaving as number 1, as we see right here. And then Chiryumin decided to stay at the checkpoint of Karmali for quite a while. He tried to move out, moved back again together with Fatchev, and then back again to the checkpoint, and they rested for quite a while before Chiryumin moved on towards the finish line, where he's still expected to the finish line. So, and then Fatchev unfortunately had to scratch the race as well.
Yes, so the Karmali checkpoint there is about 2/3 into the race.
Oh yeah, a little bit more, but yeah. So what we see here now is Demchenko on his lonely way, all by himself to the finish line, having a clear win of the Volga Quest 220, and we have Chiryumin waiting in Karmali and then continuing the race later on. Well, he actually moves out of the Karmali checkpoint before Demchenko hits the finish line. So there was only 2 mushers. There are only 2 mushers actually finishing the race, but then these guys have done an amazing job taking care of their dogs and holding a nice speed all the way through the race, not going too fast, which some of the other teams may have done. And then what we'll see right now is Demchenko moving closer to the finish line in another loop on the last leg than they did on the first leg. We see here he's going straight east towards the city of Samara on the other side of the Volga River, and then going north again towards the finish line in Shirayevo, which is close to this big city of Togliatti on the other side of the Volga River. And remember, all these trails are in the national park of Samarskaya Luka. Getting closer to the finish line, Demchenko is in a clear lead, just making sure his dogs have a nice speed coming in, not being hunted by any teams from behind. And we do see, before Demchenko hits the finish line, we do see Chiryumin leaving checkpoint of Karmali and moving towards the finish line while Fatchev decided to scratch. So here we have some pictures of Demchenko getting close to the finish line. Here he crosses the finish line with a nice team of 10 Alaskan Huskies, happy dogs, and a musher who's been in a very happy mood all the time throughout the race, which affects the dogs, of course. So greeted by a lot of spectators and volunteers and the race crew and media. Well, congratulations, Demchenko.
Yes. Do you think he's a good role model for other mushers in Russia?
Well, absolutely. I mean, he will be an idol for those aspiring competitive mushers. Sorry, I will have to cough a little. Sorry.
Yeah, he will probably be a very good role model for other mushers. Now, with us here in studio, we have our first guest, Steinar Sjåstad. Welcome, and your dog Doffen.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and mushing is not, you work in a team with your dog, but not as a musher. You work in Norwegian search and rescue dogs.
Yes.
And can you please tell me, can we see Doffen here?
Yes.
It's a bit shy. Can you tell me, what is a search and rescue dog?
Well, a search and rescue dog is a dog which can search for missing people. You know, every year a lot of people get lost, and in some cases the police decide to carry out a search and rescue situation or operation. And then a search and rescue dog can help to locate the person so we can save lives.
Yes, because people get missed in avalanche or in the woods, and then you can actually use the dog to find them. Here we have him. Here he is. Hi, Doffen. He's not a husky, as we've seen here, but he has other qualities.
Yes.
What makes the dog suited for search and rescue?
Well, first of all, they have a unique sense of smell. They can smell a hidden person, for instance, under snow or in dense bushes. He can then lead the dog handler to the place where the person is
It's lying, because you also call it handler because we called the people helping the dog teams a handler, and you are a handler, and then you work together with your dog.
Yes, that's correct.
To find people.
This is a nice golden retriever. Yeah, he's big. He's pretty big to be a golden retriever.
Yes, but he's not used to be in a studio. He likes to be out in the snow and the heavy weather conditions.
Of course.
Yes, because I wonder how do the dogs how do they get affected by extreme weather conditions?
Well, first of all, the senses of the dog is not affected to bad weather conditions in the same way as people's. So heavy winds, snow, he uses his nose, and it's much better to work in bad weather conditions.
Do you put on warm clothes on him when you are working with him in a very cold winter conditions?
No, we don't need that. He has clothes when he's lying and waiting. For instance, when we are training, and we have a sleeping bag here. He's lying into.
So to take care of his muscles to keep his body warm.
Yes. But when he's working, the muscles keeps him warm, and he also have a good fur. So
You have a good fur.
Yeah.
So although he's not a husky, he can handle the weather and.
Yes.
Because you're specialized in snow avalanches, is that right?
Yes, that's right. You know, Norwegian search and rescue dogs, we have mainly two different kind of search dogs. One of them is in the summer, searching for people here.
Under the snow.
Yes. And the other one is the avalanche dog. As you see here, we train them to locate and find people under the surface of the snow. And here you see a person lying under the snow, in a snow cave, waiting for the dog, and the dog. This is the goal for the dog to dig down to the person and get a reward.
Okay, that's how you train them, because the dogs don't know if the person is ill or if he's happy or...
No.
Yeah.
He only knows that here is a person. The smell of the person goes up through the snow, and then is blown by the wind, and the dog will pick up this smell, follow the smell to where the smell comes up from the snow, and then tell me that here it is.
Okay.
Then we have to, the human beings, we have to locate, and then dig out the person.
But can I have a question, Maria? This is so interesting, Steinar. How long time does it take to train a search and rescue dog before it's ready for work? How many years or months?
Yeah, normally we train them in 3 years to be able to be certified, so we can really trust that they do a good job.
3 years.
3 years.
So they have kind of diplomas they get, or?
Yes, it's different stages from the new beginner, and then a bit better, and then certified.
Can you?
Yes.
I just have one more question, Maria. Is it possible to, or can you use what kind of dog breed you want, or is it normally just retrievers or German shepherds?
Normally we can use a lot of breeds, but some breeds are more are better than others to use. They have to have some size. A too small dog is not so good. And they also, to train them, you have to, they have to be quite mental strong. They should be playful. They should like to get some cuddle with the handler, and also like food. That's good.
Yeah, because what's the best reward that you can give to Dauphin?
The best one is to playing with the ball. Hey, Dauphin. Hey. This one he really likes to hunt for it, but of course here in the studio he's not.
He's a bit shy.
Yeah.
Yes. So he will get this, and then he connects. If he does find a person in the snow, you train for that. Then he get the cocoon.
Yes, that's correct. Then he get the reward, and then he understand that this now I made the good job. And then he will repeat it the next time.
Can I have another question? That would be nice. Of course, some of the situations you work with Dauphin are probably quite sad. I would suppose that you might find very injured people or maybe dead people.
Yes.
Does Dauphin react differently if the people are alive or if the people are injured or dead?
No, you know, for the dog, this is almost like a game. It's a play. He likes to find the person, and he won't react very differently. Because when we are in an operation like this, I give him the reward, and he will think that he did a good job, and he's not affected to how the person is. I take him away. He got the reward, and I take him away, and then we focus on the person.
So that's when then you will be working alone, or you will start trying to dig and locate the person?
Yes, I will.
So he is not digging, he's just smelling and marking where there is a body scent.
That's correct. The digging from him, that's a sign to me that here it is.
So sometimes we think the dogs are digging down to the people. That's not right.
That's not right. That's right in the training.
Yes.
And then we train. Then we have a cave where a person is lying under the surface, and then we train it so he will dig and go down under the surface and get the reward down at the person.
And you actually help the police and the Red Cross, and you also help the other rescue teams with your dog. But do you get paid for this job?
No, not more than it's a meaningful activity. And we like to help people, and we like to work with my dogs. This is a voluntarily thing we do. Yeah.
Yes, you do it volunteer, so you have a job next to this.
Yeah.
So what happens if there is an avalanche in the mountains? I have been skiing, I've been taken by an avalanche, and you're actually at your work.
Well,
what do you do?
Yes, well, then we have approximately 100 persons with an avalanche dog here in Norway. So the chances that one of them is quite close is high. And also here from our area we have several helicopters going to rescue, and then we sometimes get picked up from here. So I've been on work here in Oslo with my dog on.
But do you always bring your dog to work in case you have to leave for an avalanche?
Not always, but in some periods when the avalanche situation is quite high.
Yes. So the weather conditions are special, so you would know there could be some avalanches.
Yes, we have weather forecasts, and we also have forecasts on the avalanche situation.
Yeah. What's the most rewarding episode that you can remember that you and your dog has been part of?
The most rewarding, I think, was 3 years ago. It was a German lady, 22 years old. She was completely buried, and the weather condition was very bad. So it was a problem to get helping resources on scene. First of all, it was a problem to locate the avalanche, and then the roads was closed, helicopters could not fly. So we used the snowmobile. It was half an hour in real bad weather conditions to get to this place. And luckily, one of the other helping resources, another dog, came some minutes before us and located the person and rescued her life. And then she had been under the surface for 4 hours.
4 hours.
Yes.
She was alive.
Yes.
What is actually the time frame you have, the time window you have to make sure there is a chance of surviving an avalanche?
It depends actually if you are. What happens when you go down the mountains with the snow?
Yeah,
some people get injured and also can be dead by this the snow handling your body. But if you're alive when the avalanche stops, it depends on the snow conditions. Some people will die from
oxygen,
lack of oxygen and so on in 15 minutes, and others, as I told you here, 4 hours. And that's very special. So,
and she's still alive and
yes.
in good health today.
Yes, three days later she was out from the hospital and went back to the family back in Germany.
So that's incredible. You can actually use your dog and work with your dog in order to save people's lives.
Yeah. So a nice hobby for me and my dog, and also meaningful for other people.
And Dauphin is a beautiful dog, and he's done so many good duties.
In your opinion, why is dogs so important in search and rescue?
Yeah, first of all, they have this unique sense of smell. So in training situation, Dauphin has detected people in 800 meters away.
Wow!
Lying in the snow.
Buried in
snow. Normally, that's a unique. So
800
many
meters. Yes.
But they can they can smell people where in situations where human beings we can't see the missing people under the snow. Dense bushes,
lizards.
So they can they are much better searchers than we are. and they are a force multiplier.
We thank you so much, Steinar, and for bringing Dauphin, and thank you for the good job that you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Using and utilizing the dog's senses to find people. We'll be back very shortly with more live coverage from the Volga Quest. Stay tuned.
for this race to come to the finish. And Dallas, we're getting there, and what is the musher thinking about right now?
Sure, so they're on the last run of the race here. They've been on the trail for quite some time now. This is going to be a long run coming into the finish, and it's not so far to the finish from here. So at this point, I think the mushers really starting to focus on, getting to the finish line and getting this run done as easily as possible for the dog team, and starting to think about, at least for me, even though the race is over, what am I going to do as soon as I get there? Getting your dog team taken care of. And also, he's got to be proud of the team having run a good race. They've actually run a pretty solid race, and a nice looking team in the process. So we'll see what they look like when they come by here, but he's got to be enjoying it and proud of the team, and I'm excited to get some sleep probably.
We're quite close to the finish, and they're going to go, here they come behind us, and they're going towards the finish, and we've been following them all the night, and what do you think Slava's race, what would you say about his race?
Yeah, the deciding point for Slava here, what he did differently, I suppose, is he took his mandatory 6-hour break in Karmely, and then went out to Uslada and back to Karmely and stayed just 20 minutes, which is long enough to give a quick meal to the dogs and then continue on to the finish. Given the kind of shorter nature of this race, that's very doable. He's been maintaining a fairly steady speed throughout this last run as we've been watching the trackers. That's what his team was able to do, that the other teams weren't able to do necessarily, or chose not to do, one of the two. And that's what's put him into a commanding lead here as we're getting close to the finish.
And Arsene he's just left from Karmely, and he's coming through. He's took a nice rest also at Karmely.
Yeah, so Arsene took a very long rest there. He took his mandatory 6, then he went out to Uslada and back to Karmely and stayed for a long time. And quite frankly, I think he realized, I'm not going to be able to keep up with that team, and wisely chose to hold back, or just for whatever reason decided he didn't want to do that pace. So he's going to stay there, and once you stay there for a little bit, there's no pressure from behind, so you might as well stay for a long time, right? There's not a big hurry.
He's taking time for his dog to recover and just to finish a race. Is that important to finish?
I think so. Personally, I try to finish every race you start, assuming that it's going to be a good experience for the dogs, that it's something that's going to be positive for them. But I'm not going to, I don't want to say never, but if it's something like my sled is broken, yeah, I'm going to take the time and fix it, and I might finish in 50th position, but I'm going to finish the trail. I think the first priority should be to run the race in such a way as to finish it, and then secondly, try to finish in a good position, but complete the trail whenever possible, as long as it's productive and healthy for the dog team to do so.
Peteyev have decided to scratch, as well as there are only 2 that actually finished the race. Peteyev, he started from Karmely this night, but he had to come back again because of his dogs.
Yeah, so we're in Russia, and it's a kind of budding kind of mushing and race community, especially over here. There's the Chimkacha race and some other races over here, and this year what we saw that was very different from last year was most of the teams competed in the mid-distance race. That took part as kind of the first part of this long-distance race, and then there's only a small handful of mushers that chose to do the long-distance race because of the bad training conditions this year. Mushers felt like they just didn't have enough conditioning on their teams to take on the long-distance race. So we saw a very small field, and even some of those that started the long-distance race still just didn't have that much conditioning, and have had to choose to pull out of the race because of that. So it's interesting to see just such a small field finishing this race, but I think it's also important that you support all of them to the point that they're doing it well and making a good decision to leave the race or running the race well, for those that are finishing, to help kind of build this community of mushers for the long term, right?
For the long term. And, Slava, he's also preparing for the Barents race.
Yeah, for the Beringia race, so that's always the focus for mushers is if this isn't your big race, using it in such a way that it sets you up for success in the races later in that year. So I think this is partially why Slava is doing the race the way that he is. Maybe he feels that he needs some training doing a longer run, because I don't think it was necessary for him to do this even to win the race, right? So I think that this is beyond just winning the race. I think it's doing it the way that he thinks will be the most beneficial for his team developmentally.
What do you think he'll learn from this race?
That's an excellent question for Slava when he gets here. I think you will learn something from every race. if you don't learn something from every race, then you, the musher, are doing something wrong, right? So it's always something if you're looking closely, and sometimes it's not a big thing. It's just more information in the bank. You know, how your team reacts to certain situations. It can be not a huge thing, but a tenth of a mile an hour slower speed because of, you know, this move or that move, or I think it's just a deeper well of knowledge. Sometimes it's very profound, like, man, I have got to learn how to wax these runners better because I made this run much harder for my team because I didn't have the right equipment for this run. So sometimes it's something very obvious. Sometimes it's a collection of little things that you may never consciously use that information, but what you'll find is later in your career, you have a gut feeling. And that gut feeling is based off of thousands of hours of just experience. So sometimes it's not real so pronounced, it's just, it contributes to that gut feeling later.
We're gonna wait for our Slough to come by here for going to the finish,
Yeah,
but
coming soon.
Before that, give me a little short report about how has it been for you to be here in Russia, Dallas?
It's been interesting. First of all, it's fun when you visit a place and you're not going as a tourist in the context of, I'm gonna stay at this hotel and I'm gonna go to this beach and I'm gonna do this tourist activity and I have a travel agent. No, when you go somewhere to live or work there, it's a different environment. So we're staying in a very traditional house. We have Olga feeding us on a regular basis. You're dealing with the language barrier, but also living in the house with somebody who you're working with, they're helping cook food and you're grateful for that and you're trying to communicate that through a language barrier of sorts. Some information makes it through, and then other people are so happy to pitch in if they do know English, right? That's the only connection you have, but it instantly becomes a strong bridge because there is some connection. So, I mean, it's always unique to see a new place, and I love seeing it that way. Not just showing up in the hotel, and it's been great. The people have been super welcoming, super warm. I really enjoyed it, and I think an important thing for me traveling is don't judge it, don't compare it to something else. Just enjoy it and see it for what it is.
And I can tell you that Dallas loves the pancakes of Olga. He eats all of them. But we're gonna stay here and wait for the guys to come by, and back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Carrie-Ann. Well, Dallas here is talking about this gut feeling and that you can't always say how it is to be a musher and what you should do because you just have this experience and the feeling. How do you feel that?
That's a wide question, but mushing is a sport of experience, but we do see a lot of rookies doing very, very well, learning quick and do the right things. But you do need to have the feeling for dogs. You do need to have the overall, the gut feeling what is the right thing to do. And if you're too competitive, if you have such a competitive mind, you might lose that feeling sometime and think beyond what is good for the whole team. And sometimes you just need to understand that you raise your own team. Don't look at your competitors. Follow your gut feeling.
Yes, because looking at it from a dog's perspective, as you could hear earlier, that the dogs doesn't think this is embarrassing that we have to scratch or give up. They don't think that way.
No, I do think people tend to humanize dogs, which is not right. I mean, dogs are obviously living beings, but it's wrong to go all the way to humanize them, to give them human appearances or feelings. But of course, if the dog is, like we saw at the team of Gordiano, we could absolutely see this team was just mentally, they just mentally quit on him psychologically. So that's something to do with the way they've been trained, and also, There's so much I can tell about that.
Physically, but mentally tired.
Oh yeah, they were not physically tired.
No. Now let's hear from our reporters Greg Heister and Bruce Lee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from Russia. That is Greg Heister and Bruce Lee. We're here at the finish line of the Volga Quest 2020, and we've got a new champion headed this way towards this stripe. And Bruce, it's a great morning on this trail, and we've got a great champion headed towards here.
Yeah, he's maintained, it looks like, the whole way, and am not really surprised. It's a musher that, leaving the chute, I thought was one of the two that looked the best, and I liked that he'd built his own sled and done research, and I like the way his team has moved when we've seen him out there on the trail a little bit. So, and it's a nice cool morning, good for running dogs. Get that frosty feeling in your nostrils and face, and he'll be here shortly.
Yeah, very good. It'll be Slava Debchenko headed his way for his first Volga Quest championship. It is his fourth attempt at doing so. He finished second the last time the race ran in 2016, so it appears that he's going to get here first this year, and that leaves Alexei Yuri-Yumin back in second place, and he is the defending champion. He won it in 2016 with Slava coming in second. So for 2 years in a row, or 2 races in a row now, we're going to have first and second as the same teams.
And I looked up some information on Slava, and he really has quite a race history. We don't know all the races. Most of the mushing community from Alaska and others don't know a lot of these races, but they hold a lot of different races in various parts of Alaska. Huge distances to travel driving to get to them. But the list that I looked at had him running at least 10 or 12 other races. And when I talked to local Russians here, they said, and I showed them the list, they said a lot more than that. So he is a very experienced musher in these circles and well known here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're here. We're ready for the live finish of the Volga Quest, Volga Quest 2020. Oh, God. Until now, let's send it back to the studio in Norway, and I'll warm my lips up.
Thank you, Greg and Bruce. Now we'll take a look at Vyacheslav Demchenko in the trail before he's reaching the finish. Because here he is.
See, Maria, here is coming. And this is footage from early morning before he hit the finish line. And this is Demchenko, or Slava Demchenko. You know, this is a nice dog team. He has still a lot of dogs in his team. I believe he's got 10. He's been running this race in a really long distance way of racing. He's been resting, he's been having a nice speed, not too fast. He's taking good care of his dogs, and we do see a nice team coming into the finish line here.
What do you think about his speed?
This is a nice speed. I know, you know, Maria, right now he does not have anybody hunting him from behind, so he just gonna make sure he can get to the finish line in a nice manner. So he does not have to stress dogs because nobody's coming and nobody's threatening his position. And these dogs are basically just having a nice trot coming to the finish line.
And he's using a ski pole.
Yeah, he's helping the dogs. And of course, if it's cold, it's nice to have the ski pole also to keep moving and keep warm for yourself. You see that the trail is a little bumpy right here, but the dogs are doing just fine. Well, it's nice, but the trail looks good. But I mean, normally you will also see some higher speed coming in if somebody's hunting you for your position, but there's no stress. He's just having a really nice walk, call it walk in the park,
yes.
Way into the finish line.
Because
here.
Right now he doesn't have any competition.
No. You know, it's a small race, but still he has done a nice job here. He has done a very good work all the way through the race. His pace, his speed with the dogs has been taken well care all the way. He did not go too fast in the beginning. He's been resting the way I would have rested. And I think this is we know he is a very experienced musher. He's done lots of races. But you know, I have to say one thing, Maria. I think it's very interesting because Demchenko has very limited training facilities. He lives in the proximity of Moscow, and it's hard for him to have good training opportunities.
Yes, but he obviously did very good, and Carrie Ann and Dallas is at the finish line to have an interview with Demchenko.
So Dallas, look behind her. There's a musher coming.
We just got our first glimpse of Slava coming down the trail here. popped out of the trees just behind us. We're getting pretty close to the finish. There's only a little ways left to go. So this has been a long run for these dogs. They've been going for several hours now after having taken their mandatory 6-hour break. Salva has continued up to Uslada, back down to Karmali, and heading towards the finish line now. So we're going to get a glimpse of him as he goes by here. But these dogs have been trucking for quite a while, but this is a steady team. We saw these guys early in the race, leaving the starting line after for the second half of the race, and they were very steady, very calm, but as soon as he pulled the hook, all of them were digging in, and there's clearly a lot of power and a lot of energy. Coming into Karmali, they were a steadier dog team, but a lot of energy. So while they're not the high energy dog, this is kind of what you would expect from a team like that, is that they're going to be mellow and be able to settle in for a long haul. So when I see a team like that, you got to be careful, because their strength is a long haul team. Whereas in some of the other teams, we see a lot more excitement, a lot more enthusiasm, and that's more of a sprinter type dog that's better suited for longer rests and shorter runs. So he's getting close now. He's kind of moseying along down. Man, I know this feeling as a musher. You're standing on the sled, you've been going all night, and you're thankful that the sun is up now, and it's providing a little bit of warmth, but more importantly, it's helping you stay awake as a musher. Because you know, in those very difficult hours between about 3 and 6 in the morning, your head is starting to go down, and you're nodding off and waking up. And so you're very thankful when the sun finally comes up, and it's easier for you as a musher to stay awake. It's a little bit warmer. He's going to have stopped many times along this run, giving the dogs a quick snack along the way, keeping that energy level up. You know, we've seen many successful mushers have a longer style of racing where they're able to kind of truck along, hold a steady pace, and do that on not a lot of rest because they're maintaining that easy speed as they're cruising along. Let's take a look at him coming up here. Trucking along a nice little brisk pace here. So far, everybody's looking happy, waggy tails, and they're moving along pretty good. Happy dogs, happy musher. That's what we like to see right there. They've been out here for a while, but this is their comfort zone. This is where these guys are comfortable, just staying on the trail, moving along, keeping it at a happy pace for the dogs.
They looked happy there, the dogs, right?
Absolutely, and that's why it's important, if you're going to do long runs like this, to have a team that is calm in the checkpoints. They're not blowing up all that energy. They're able to be out there, and it's comfortable, it's fun. It's just a nice long walk for them.
So now we're going to have a look when they're coming into the finish, and Greg and Bruce will come there, it will be there and welcome them to the finish.
All right, well, they've done a good job thus far.
Okay, Dallas and Kariana, thank you very much. Greg and Bruce now, we're at the finish line. And Bruce, we're watching Slava Demchenko for the first time in his 4-year Volga Quest career coming to the line first. We're going to crown a champion here in literally seconds.
Yeah, and this dog team from the distance, we're looking at them up coming out of the valley here, out of the hills. They're moving, they're trotting along really nicely. I like the gait they're in, and I'm going to be interested to see when they get up here in the chute to look at the dogs and see which ones are his favorites and how they did during the whole race. It's a long run he just completed, by the way.
Yeah, 108 kilometers, I think, from last check, and did it with very little rest. So this was a guy that was serious the moment that he showed up to race, and he's been racing right to the very end. And this is Slava Demchenko, ladies and gentlemen, headed to the finish line. He will be our champion of the 2020 Volga Quest here in Russia. We've got fans out here, race personnel. You hear the round of applause, and here is our champion, Slava Demchenko.
Да, нормально. Как собачки? Устали, конечно, всю ночь не спали.
So dogs a little bit are tired, and we didn't sleep for a long time. We didn't stop, but I feel so good.
Slava, how's it feel to win a championship?
Как чувствовать себя чемпионом?
Пока еще не знаю, потому что там сзади еще идут же, правильно? А время?
I don't know yet because I wasn't thinking about the time. So right now I am waiting for their decision about the time.
Okay. All right. And I think there's not going to be an issue with that. Where's Bruce is up with the dogs. Let's take a look up here at the leaders, and we'll get our race analyst Bruce Lee over here to Hey, Bruce. So what do you see? Team looks good.
Well, I just went through the team. Their weight, I'm talking with the race marshal about them. Their weight's really good. Their hydration's good. They look in really good shape.
Yeah, they look like they could keep going.
Yeah, definitely. I like this little, there's a little leader here up front that seems real energetic and has a lot of personality. But yeah, we were just going through them and kind of touching them, feeling their weight and hydration, and they look really good. And I see there's a pretty proud musher back there right now.
Yeah, and if we can get the camera to point back there, you can see the photographs being taken of Slava Demchenko right now. And of course, the pride welling up out of a team, and all of the locals here have come out, and you see the big grin on Slava's face. You've won races. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, big group here of happy Russian supporters. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because you and I met Slava the morning of the race. We spent some time, did an interview with him, and we could tell he was serious, a real professional feel to him, right from his gang line to his harnesses and down to the quality of that sled, Bruce. It was not surprising, I think, that he got here first. He's into it.
Not at all. This team looks really good. This kind of team, I think, could compete in any of the races in North America with the proper training, and they look really good. So maybe we can ask him about some of the dogs.
Yeah. Go ahead and ask.
He's so can you ask him about some of the dogs, which were their favorites, and how they did the last part here?
Вопрос следующего порядка. Как чувствуют себя собаки, которые в лидирующей позиции? Как ты думаешь, как они проявили себя?
Белый пес, он просто отлично.
The white one in the front, he is absolutely nice.
Она первый раз в этом году лидирует.
And the gray one, she is the leader at first time. It's her first race.
Ей тяжело было.
She is a little bit tired. But
она пугалась, она
she is a little bit scared.
Там разных моментов на гонке. Но она показала тоже себя.
But she is also good.
So mushers in other parts in North America and Norway, just how he ran the last part. Did he snack the last few hours? How often did he feed them coming back in here?
Что очень многие гонщики в Северной Америке, которые наблюдали за гонки, они, во-первых, говорят о том, что ты делаешь правильно то, что подкармливаешь, там, то, что даешь собачкам. Я еще раз говорю, что я не переводчик, но ты в течение гонки еще что с ними делал? Вот ты же не останавливался.
Массаж, компрессы делал, потому что лапы уставали, но надо было снять, напряжение было мышечное. Вот. И побольше сна. Побольше сна должно быть. То есть вот эти все процедуры нужно было сделать очень быстро, чтобы собаки больше отдыхали.
He wants to be very hurry up. He tried to do everything so quickly to give them a little bit more rest. And as he mentioned, massage, some compress, warm compress, and make them, give them eat as soon as possible. They'll have a chance to have more rest.
But any snacks on the trail?
Да,
Quick
я спросила по поводу быстрых перекусов. Были у тебя во время гонки? Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Всегда.
Oh, he always doing this. Always give some small snacks.
На финише тоже обязательно сразу кидаем быструю еду, а потом уже еду основной питание.
On the finish line, as soon as he will able to go to the checkpoint, to stop. He first step is give them some snack, just quickly.
Lots of booties.
Много очень башмаков использовал для собак.
Нет, немного. Они прочные. И почти не стираются вообще.
Not too much, because I have really good quality of boots.
Они не сваливаются вообще. То есть меня за всю гонку потерял только 2 башмака.
It's fixable, and he lose only 2 boots during the race.
Wow. I have something for him.
У нас есть тебе подарок.
For winning.
Oh! Hey!
Someday.
Когда-нибудь.
Iditarod. Yes. Can you ask Slava about winning? It took him 4 years to win a championship, but now he's done it.
Ты же несколько раз участвовал в гонке. Ты один раз снялся, был один раз третьим, один раз вторым, и now чемпион. Сейчас чемпион,
Yeah. Is it relief? Is it excitement? What is it?
Тебе это нравится? Ты к этому шел?
Да, нравится.
He's happy, look at his face.
How much ski poling? The whole way?
Сколько раз ты в течение всей гонки пользовался палкой?
Да, когда замерзаю.
Yeah, as soon as you feel frozen, I walk with this.
Not to help the dogs, but to warm up.
На самом деле помогаю. Конечно,
no, of course, he helped a lot with these skis to the dogs for the team.
So at the start, we asked him about the sled. He told us he made the sled. How did his sled that he made do for
Перед
him?
началом старта мы рассказывали про твою нарту, что ты сделал ее сам. Вот сейчас ты ее попользовал. Как ты чувствуешь? Есть какие-то недоработки или все нормально?
Мне нравится.
I like my deal.
Tell him congratulations.
Мы поздравляем тебя
Спасибо.
от всей души.
Yeah,
Ура!
Congratulations. Slava Demchenko, ladies and gentlemen, the champion of Volga Quest 2020. And Bruce with some excellent questions there. And you just learn a lot. And I know it's great for you and for Dallas to come to these different regions on this planet to talk to mushers and get their take on things and see how they do it and see what they have to learn, how far they have to come. But this is a guy that he seems to be on his way to being a real professional.
Yeah, and we should say, I mean, he's going to his dog truck, and they left here, you know, the minute he whistled them up, they jumped up and took off. I mean, I think any musher would be proud at how these dogs look in here. That's why I really wanted to see him right away with the race marshal when he said, come look at these, how's the condition? Yeah. And that was something that I know a lot of people had asked me about before the race, what's the condition of the dogs? And this team looks really good.
Yeah. So we still have another team out on the trail. Terry Human, he is the defending champion, 23 years old, and a guy I know with great dreams, and he seems to be professional and in this for the long haul. He's still coming. He's still out on the trail, but it has been confirmed earlier this morning that he's not going to give up.
Yeah, and he might as well. You gave him a good rest, so give him the run in. Let him learn, use it as a training experience. And as you said, he is the past champion, so it's just his dogs needed more rest, and he can run this last section and get the dogs to learn the trail, get more set up, and to learn himself. But it really is no surprise, Greg. I mean, right when Dallas and you and I watched these teams go out, those teams stood out right from the starting line. Yeah. And I'm really, either one of them in my mind could have won this from what I was seeing and how they handled them. But I think this team just had a little more edge, maybe a little more training, and he definitely had a ton of power.
Yeah, and just a fantastic race again for us to watch and to be here. And again, it's these finish lines where everything kind of accumulates, right? All of the effort and the work and the excitement. You see the other people in Slava's life that are here that have helped prepare the dog team and himself for races like this. And then you see the community and the local pride that comes out. And whether we're in Russia, whether we're in Minnesota or Norway or even in Alaska, that is all very honest, very true, and it's not unique, right? Mm-hmm. We see it wherever, and so you saw it here moments ago with all of his comrades that were able to celebrate and enjoy this moment we were here for.
Yeah, they're all celebrating this one dog team's victory, and they're not just celebrating, I think it's fair to say, they're not just celebrating the victory of getting here first, it's the recognition of all the work that went in to having the event and to creating a dog team of this caliber.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we certainly hope you've enjoyed our coverage here of the Volga Quest 2020. We're not sure if it's over yet, but for right now, let's send it back to the studio in Oslo, Norway. We'll get their reaction, and of course, we'll be out here standing by live should they throw it back to us. But what a time it's been in this great country of Russia. Let's go back to
Russia.
We're in Russia. We're in Russia. Wow.
That's great. And congratulations to the winner, Demchenko.
Yeah, congratulations, Demchenko. Yeah.
Do you think it was it was the right winner?
Well, it was a very nice team. Absolutely. This musher has done the right things. considering his more difficult training conditions, he's done the right things. I know a little bit more about him training. Might say something about that later on. But that's a nice-looking dog team coming in here to the finish line, and this is a very nice speed for a long-distance team. This is how a team should be coming to the finish line. Not too fast. The dogs are trotting. It's a big team. He only dropped 2 dogs during the whole Volga Quest 470-kilometer race. This musher has done great dog care. Boot is on all the time. Dog boot is on. Well, this is a nice team, and I'm sure Demchenko should be very satisfied with his dogs coming in here.
Yes, and we have Bruce and Greg with us from Russia, and I wonder, Bruce and Greg, how has this been?
Oh, Maria, it's been, I tell you, 3 beautiful days, days that I don't think I'll ever forget. You know, you have this expectation of when you come to these foreign lands like this and what things would be like and what these events would be like, and it has certainly lived up to expectations. And really, I've been overwhelmed by the warmth of the people that have greeted us in this little town here in Russia and that are around this event. It's been a spectacular experience. We've learned a lot, again, about these mushers, Bruce, and the sled dogs. And yes, so Slava gets here, Demchenko, and he wins the race, and it is certainly an acknowledgement of all of his hard work over these years that build up to a championship. But it's also an indicator to a musher, and maybe this is more important, that they're on the right track genetically, that they're not the amount of work that they put in, but the type of training that they do. Like, he's on the right track, and so he leaves this with a trophy and a championship, but he also leaves knowing that what he is doing is working and he's on the right track.
That he's improving, and that's what we've said in races everywhere that I've been in, is that it's really never totally about the race. The race is the laboratory where you see that you're doing everything else as well as you can the other 50 weeks of the year or the rest of the year, whatever the length of your event is. So it's the testing ground of, am I reaching the full potential with these dogs? Am I training correctly? Am I fixing sleds right? Do I know how to deal with myself in cold weather and take care of myself so I can take care of the dogs? So yeah, it's a confirmation, and we are in an area that people are really still learning and developing this sport. Tremendous interest. So they're trading ideas, and like yesterday where they took their layovers at the checkpoints and you and I were invited into the cabin with the mushers, and they offer us coffee and tea. And then immediately, how fast do you guys go in training? They're hungry for information. Yeah. And that's true everywhere. But there is something special here because this is their first contact with people like Dallas, you and me, to have that open communication and dialogue about dogs, sled dogs.
Yeah. And the other thing that I want to talk about Slava Demchenko about is the fact, Bruce, that he's a happy guy. Mm-hmm. He was smiley. He was not worn down at all with the adversity throughout this race that he and his team may have faced. And I've seen it in all the years I've been around the Iditarod. The dogs and their spirit really are a reflection of the spirit of the mushers. So regardless of the adversity that he or she may face, if they allow the dogs to know that they're facing that adversity and it's getting them down, the dogs will feel that. I love Demchenko because he was always happy every time we saw it, and he had happy dogs because of it.
Yeah, it's that thing, the dogs reflect off the musher. The musher does reflect off the dogs too, but you are the leader of the team. The dogs have this relationship with the musher, and a musher that always is going, all right, you guys are doing good, or let's really go. They pick up on that. But yeah, right when we first met him, before the race even started in the dog lot, he's immediately showing us stuff, asking questions, sharing about his dogs, and like you said, always a big smile on his face.
Yeah, and it's been a great couple of days. I know after we got off the start line, that was yesterday morning, I think it was, you and I went to the winter road crossing. We had a couple of of teams stop right beyond that crossing, and we were able to watch them in action. And you see, right, you see some areas where maybe they could get a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. You know, we've got Dallas, part of our crew. He's the greatest guy I've ever seen in a checkpoint as far as not wasting time there. And so that's one area that I think if we come back next year or the year after, we will see these guys as time managers, all right, excel and get better. As we saw one team, it took 20 minutes to change booties on the team, right? And again, not to be critical, but again, that's where the development and time and as they get better at this and understand that it's not just about dog care and moving quickly down the trail, it's a time management event.
Well, totally. And in long distance racing,
Yes.
1,000-mile races, being in them and watching them both, observing them, positions are won and lost in the checkpoints, not on the trail. Nothing to do with the dog. It's the efficiency of the musher. And you're right. Every little thing helps you improve in the overall race.
And I think that's what's going to be great for us as this Arctic World Series goes on over these years, is that if we do come back to places like the Volga Quest and we're able to see this improvement, and we can look back and we can markedly see how things have changed and how the knowledge has broken down and has oozed through the borders that may be separated by political lines or even, you know, borders of countries. But more importantly, the world and information now is freely flowing. And that's also been great over these 2 days to watch these mushers really interact with Bruce and interact with Dallas. They're so hungry for information, and I can tell you right now, whether or not every one of these teams got to the finish line or not, they all got better over the last 48 hours because and give them credit, they've been so hungry for information.
I would agree. I hope that we gave them something back.
Yeah.
Bruce and Greg, I have a question.
And just dog care everywhere.
Yeah. Hi, Maria.
Hi, I wonder, what is the prize? Do you know what the Slava Demchenko is winning?
Yeah, I think it's 30,000 rubles.
No.
And some Yukonu and some dog food.
Some dog food.
Okay,
yeah.
Nina.
And there is a cash prize. We haven't been able to nail it down here locally for the exact amount yet.
But it's 20 or 30,000 rubles, we believe.
400,000, I hear now, rubles.
Oh,
Let's keep it going up.
We're off by that much. So
Yes.
400,000 rubles, that's a little different, yes.
And that's, yeah, well, can you hear me as well, Bruce and Gray? This is Nina talking.
Hi, Nina.
Hi, Gray.
Hi, Nina.
You know, he's actually winning $6,200. $6,200. That's the first prize. That's 400,000 rubles. So it's a pretty much money for a Russian musher, I would believe.
I think that's a lot for any musher.
Yeah.
Dogs cost a lot, sleds cost a lot, booties cost a lot, and dog food costs a lot. So yeah, anywhere, that's a good purse.
Yeah, and I think they'll make good use of it. And that's the one thing that I've been around these events over these years, that whatever, you know, prize money goes to the mushers, often it goes right back into the dog team. It's not like Slava's not going to go to the store or go and enjoy a weekend away or go on a vacation. That money will go right back into the dog team and the kennel.
Yep.
Well,
so one of the things I want to touch on here just briefly as we follow this course, one of the really nice things has been the little villages we've got to travel through, too, and people just stopping on the road to go, what's going on here, you know, when they see the dogs. And here along the Volga River, there's all these little villages and summer homes. This area behind us is a national park. It's been really nice to see those cultural aspects and the local interest in the dogs here.
Yeah, it's been great. And I think Nina had another question.
well, that's right, Greg. Have you heard of any of the musher, if they had any encounters with the wildlife in the national park?
I don't think we've heard of any stories of encounters with wildlife, but I know that there was some fear of it when we were at the checkpoint yesterday in Karmali. They were headed to an area I know that is infamous with a lot of moose tracks, and certainly encounters are possible in that, but we did not hear any encounters that have happened between now and then. So it is possible, and I think it's possible on all these trails, right? We saw it there at the Bear Grease with Sarah Wallen. She had an encounter with a couple of moose there, and certainly there was a possibility of it happening here, but we've not heard that.
Now, Bruce and Greg,
Nina,
stay
we're
with
happy
us.
that you knew about the... Oh, hi, Maria. Yes, we're not going anywhere. We're here.
That's good. You should stay with us. But first, Dallas and Carrie-Anne has been talking to the head veterinarian, and we'll go over to them.
Over the past days here at the Volga Quest, we've been talking a lot about dog welfare and making sure that the dogs are healthy. And now I'm here with Vladimir Gobsens, which is the main veterinary at this race here at Volga Quest. And tell us, how are you happy with the conditions of the dogs so far in the Volga Quest?
Вы рады состоянием собаки в этом мероприятии?
Да, собаки были подготовлены, владельцы хорошо относились к животным, не было принуждений, собаки в хорошей физической форме. Те собаки, которые не могли участвовать в соревнованиях, они не участвовали.
The dogs were good prepared. The owners looked really good after the dogs. They were good nutrition, and the dogs who could not run were take off. So he's happy.
Was it necessary for you to make a warning, to tell the mushers you can't do this, you can't do that? Did you have to do that?
Было необходимо давать предупреждение, либо говорить каюрам делать так, либо не делать так.
Да, приходилось участвовать, вмешиваться в уход собак, потому что, в общем-то, за некоторой спортивной борьбой забывали о здоровье животных.
Yes, it was necessary to go inside and to take some mushers, his opinion, because in the sport of competition, some mushers forget some basics.
I'm sure that Dallas, you have some question to this the chief veterinary here.
Yeah, absolutely. The first thing I'd ask is there a way that you can, well, how should I say this? How do you go about seeing that the race is a way that you can educate the mushers so that they have better dog care all year round, not just on the race?
Как вы видите, с вашей позиции есть возможность, что вы так будете воздействовать на каюров, чтобы они не только ухаживали за собаками лучше сейчас, в нынешний момент, а целый год или на все время?
Я думаю, что необходимо обучать каюров по уходу за животными, устраивать семинары и обучение, учить их подбирать правильно средства по уходу, расширить немножко фармацевтическую составляющую ухода за животными и обязательно, желательно присутствие как бы иностранных наблюдателей и обмена опытом всемирного объема. Потому что соревнование, в принципе, оно молодое, оно только начинается, опыта очень мало, и поэтому необходимо как-то вмешиваться и помогать владельцам, обучать их. Не пускать на самотек.
Yes, it's absolutely necessary to make here teachings, seminars about dog welfare, about how to prepare them for the competitions. It's important that we have 4 specialists here who show them meaning that he will start an exchange of knowledge in an international way, so that people see how it works in other countries and how they can do their best here in Russia.
Yeah. So then the other thing is, it seems very important to have a good relationship between the mushers and the vets, where they feel comfortable talking, to the vets about things and also come to the vets with problems. So how do you help encourage that to where the mushers have good open communication with the vet team?
Это необходимо, чтобы каюры и ветеринары имели хорошие отношения и не опасались перейти к ветеринару, а именно, что с первыми проблемами шли к вам. Как это отношение вы можете устроить, чтобы о нем доверяли и подходили?
Но это обучать практике ухода за животными. обучать, и человек должен обращаться за консультацией, а не непосредственно лечить. То есть лучше профилактировать заболевание, чем непосредственно уже как бы заниматься лечебным процессом животного.
It's necessary that the people come to the dog not only to the veterinarian, not only when they need help, when we have a damage or the animal's hurt. They have come before that that they care better after the dog, so the damage did not take place.
Yeah. How I view vet care is the best vet care is preventative care, to prevent a problem from happening, and that's good education and knowledge about everything, training and nutrition, the things that they can do before the race starts.
Самое важное, что подалось, вот может быть, это то, чтобы это было именно презервация, именно уход до гонки, чтобы когда гонка начинается, животные были в форме состояния.
Но я считаю, что должны быть специальные методики у ветеринарных врачей, потому что спортивные животные, они совершенно отличаются от животных, которые содержатся как домашние питомцы. У них абсолютно другие нагрузки, абсолютно другой рацион питания, абсолютно другой режим содержания. Поэтому я считаю, что ветеринарные клиники должны руководствоваться какими-то едиными правилами подготовки, кормления и контроля этих животных.
There should be a special education for veterinarians for sportive competitions because it's completely different from a house dog. So about nutrition, about dog care. So in his opinion, there should be specialists in veterinary clinics who are specialized in sportive competitions. So here there need to be more step in education.
Do you think that the fact that we are World Krill Arctic World Series is Volga Quest is a part of it? Is that helping his mission, so to say?
Видите, что именно QRILLPAWS арктическая Race Series, вот нынешний чемпионат, что это помогает здесь каюрам именно вот довести вашу миссию и к каюрам по уходу животным?
Безусловно, любое соревнование – это всегда обмен опытом. Всегда обмен опытом, и всегда каждый из каюров увозит отсюда что-то новое. И ветеринарные врачи узнают что-то новое и, как бы, в общем-то, пополняют свою, в общем-то, копилку, с которой потом намного проще работать.
Yeah, he said every competition is where we get experience, and this is awesome that here after this event they come back with more experience, that they come home with other knowledge, and that they can grow.
Thank you so much for your help, and thank you for taking good care of us here at the Volga Quest.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Now, Greg and Bruce, how do you think the knowledge of dog welfare is in Russia?
Well, I think the knowledge is certainly growing, Maria, and I think that's been one of the great purposes of this trip, and for Bruce and Dallas to be here, because they can talk from a professional, experienced viewpoint. And, you know, these guys walk into a room with other mushers, and there's immediate respect. People sit up, their ears perk back, and they're hungry for information. And so they had that symposium-type meeting 2 nights ago here near the start line, and you know, the subject of booties came up right away. And so they all learned that on this type of trail, I mean, there should be booties on feet the entire way. And so it's not that they were neglectful in the past. It's just, again, there was a time, even in the great mushers of the Iditarod, when there were no such things as booties. It took time for that knowledge to spread through that community, and now we're watching it unfold again here. It's enlightening, it's empowering, and at the very most, it's exciting.
Yeah, and we shouldn't ever look at this as it's better someplace else than here. It's a constant educational process. Yeah. 10 years from now, we'll look at what people are doing in the Iditarod or in Norway and go, well, why didn't we realize that before? It's a constant learning process, just like we've learned about human medicine every 10 years. So they're learning different things, and there's things we learn from them. But I will say one of the advantages of us traveling around like this, and particularly coming here to Russia, is we're not only promoting the dog mushing sport and building this event, it has also had a sidebar of this has become an educational exchange. And maybe that's the greatest value,
I think that's what we get most out of it, right? Is, again, this information now is free-flowing. And at the end of the day, it's what's best for the dogs, right? The dog care gets better, the lives of the dogs get better, and in the end, mushing as a whole gets better. But we're still here, and obviously we still have a dog team out on the trail. Arseny Turyumin, the defending champion, is out there, and he's on his way to this checkpoint and the finish line, obviously. And we need to give him a lot of credit. Now, he was battling out with Slava through most of the night, and then decided when he got to Karmali, I can't win, and so I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to relax. I'm going to give my dog team a lot of rest and make sure that over these coming kilometers that we run the trail with great joy. And so you give him a lot of credit for that. He did not quit. He did not go home early, and he's going to get here. And so tip of the cap to him. He's the defending champion. He's not going to win this year, but he didn't get sour because of it.
Yeah, and why not? And we see that in a lot of events. There's a point you race as hard as you can until it's obvious that other team's better, and then put more rest on them, keep the speed up, make it a great finish of a race that is also a training run to build attitude and confidence and the bond between the musher and the dogs. It's the smart thing to do. Why push harder when you should be a good enough dog person to realize that team is going to beat me now? And so you think about what your dogs need to improve and to finish with a good attitude.
Yeah, why not? Like, if you're not going to win, we might as well make this a training day, right? And so these finishing hours for Turyumin are really going to be that. It's going to allow his kennel, his dog team, and himself as a 23-year-old up-and-coming and budding musher in the country of Russia with championships already under his belt. This is going to allow him to continue his progression, his education, and get better. And again, it's about perseverance. At the end, it's about what's doing best by the dogs and by your team. But Martin Boozer, the great grand champion of the Iditarod, used to talk all the time that, you can quit and you can save yourself the pain of that moment, but you will pay the price for the next 360 whatever days until you have to saddle back up and do it again. And so it's all about doing what's best for your dogs and shutting it down, resting, and making sure that you do complete and get to the finish line if possible.
I agree. It's just you race as hard as you can, as long as you can, and then you make the judgment for what should we do from here.
Yeah. And that brings us to the other teams, the teams that maybe didn't get to the finish line this year. And when we came to the race, we were told very much up front that, again, this climate change thing that we've talked about throughout the years all around the world, it has certainly hit this country as well. There hasn't been great training conditions this year, and so some of these teams, I don't think it's not because they weren't great teams or they're not great dog drivers. I just don't think maybe the training or they had as many miles on those teams that they needed to come into a race like this and truly compete. So again, credit to them for understanding and not making their team do things that perhaps they didn't do. But Bruce, we're seeing that throughout. In Alaska, it's a really good winter there. They've got great snow conditions and it's very, very cold again. But it seems like the decade prior to that, training has been an issue where mushers now have to travel a long ways to get them on snow, and there's a lot of four-wheeler and cart training going on deep into the winter these days.
Yeah, that used to be done at those time periods on dog sleds. And then when you and I were in Oslo in Norway, talking to people there that had grown up in Oslo, they said the river in town used to freeze when they were kids, and they could ice skate, and there was skiing, cross-country skiing, and of course there was no snow really there. And where Greg and I are standing right now, we are looking towards the valley of the Volga River down below us, and everybody told it, they used to have the race on the boat, and you could run any kind of a boat out there. It's a wide open, gigantic river. But luckily, they did have good snow right here for having this event.
Yeah, there's been great snow on the trail this year, but as far as, closer to Moscow, the closer you get to Moscow, the less and less snow. And I think in the city of Moscow, there's no snow right now. And so a lot of these teams have come to the trail without perhaps and I don't know this for sure, I'm just assuming, without the number of miles that they normally would have had come February. And again, as Bruce stated, the Volga River is wide open. There are some ice fishermen down there on the ice. There is enough shelf ice a little bit off the edges, but the middle of the river is wide open. And so, and that is an enormous body of water. We've talked about that, the largest river in Europe. And so things have certainly changed. It's affected things here in Russia, but they're making the most of it. And again, I think as time goes on, if they don't have great snow conditions, they too in time may be running four-wheelers or some sort of cart system to make sure that their teams have proper training and the number of miles on them to show up to a race and truly compete.
It's what you got to do if you have to do it. But
Greg,
hi, Nina.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Bruce. It's Nina again. I do have a question for you guys, or not a question. I do have some information because I know that Demchenko lives in the proximity of Moscow, and I do know he has quite tough training conditions, which means saying tough meaning that he has really bad training conditions. He actually has a loop of 1.2 miles or 2.2 kilometers. He mushes that loop all the time, round and around. He's got about 2,000 miles of training before this race. That'll be 3,500 kilometers of training, which means he's been doing this loop for 1,590 rounds. And this loop consists of trail, or just water and mud. It's just water and mud, no snow. Which means his dog must have had a lot of muscle training instead of speed training, don't you think?
Yeah, well, Bruce can probably answer that better than I.
Well, and I guess I'm not really knowledgeable enough to know. I'll talk to him more about it maybe a little later. He's resting now, but that he didn't travel to some other places and do some other training rather than just running a loop all of the time. So I can't really say that that's his only training. The dogs here, I will say, looked really good, and they had the appropriate amount of muscle, but not too much muscle where they couldn't stretch out. They had a variance of gaits, which shows that they've had different types of training. But there's so much more to it than just running a loop. It's the speed at which, if you're out doing dry land cart training, it's how fast are you doing it? How slow are you doing it? Are you pulling a cart? Are you helping them? If with a four-wheeler, are you running the engine? Are you adding weight? So even with that type of training, it doesn't mean it's just one thing. You can train for speed, you can train for muscle, you can train for consistency. And I would really want to get more information from him personally on how he adapted his training more than just judging that dry land training develops one set of muscles or one type of gait rather than another one. There's still a lot of things a musher can do to get variance in their dogs.
And I would assume it's a lot like a climber who can't just train for a mountain on a treadmill. You have to get on uneven ground. You have to go up, because even with a dog, the training has to go up and down hills, right? Because the muscles are being formed and strengthened in different ways. You just can't do it on flat land.
Yeah, and his dogs handled this well enough that they ran on soft snow. Some of the trail I walked on was kind of soft and punchy, and others were hard packed. I would put it in human terms. If you train for bike racing, and you're a really good bike racer, mountain bike, road bike, whatever, and you really are in shape, and then you go skiing, you get sore. Yeah. But wait, you were in shape. Because we use muscles differently. And then you get on a horse and you ride a horse and you're sore. So that's why it's important to train dogs to different conditions. Cross-train to develop all the muscle groups.
Yeah. Good question, Nina.
Well, Greg and Bruce, I have one more question for you guys from Nina here.
Throw it at us. Keep 'em
Demchenko,
coming.
Demchenko won the Beringia race last year, which is about 1,000 kilometers long at the Kamchatka half island. Could you find out if he's signed up and what his plans are for the Beringia race this year? That'll be nice to know, because he would probably be the favorite to win the Beringia.
Yeah, well, he came into this race saying that this was one of his training runs for that. So we know he's signed up, and it is planned to go back and run that race.
Great, thank you.
Welcome back to QRILLPAWS Arctic World Series. We're in the second day of the Volga Quest race in Russia. And with us in studio, we have our expert Nina Skramstad, and I also got another Nina Vollen. Welcome.
Thank you.
You finished 5th in this year's Femmed race.
Yeah, that's right.
And we will talk more to you later. Now, first, here's what's coming up. Arseny Tjurjumen is coming up behind Demchenko. We'll see as he is approaching the finish line. We'll talk to musher Nina Vollen, who came in 5th in this year's Femmed race. Dallas Seavey is giving us a lesson on how to put on dog booties. But first, Arseny is approaching the finish line, and we'll have a look at where he is in the trail at the map right now.
Well, what we're seeing right here is Tjurjumen about 5-6 kilometers or a couple miles, 3 miles outside of the finish line. We'd estimate him to finish in about 25-30 minutes, I would guess. He is in the hilly side of the part of the Samarskaya Luka National Park. Some hills coming up, coming down to the finish line in Shirayevo, just across the river, Volga River, from Togliatti, the city of Togliatti. So Tjurjumen going expected into second place, second position in this race. Going a bit slow at the moment, but we have to remember that there are some hills at the last part of the race.
Yeah, and at least he will be finishing.
Absolutely, and that's good in this race, yeah.
And at the finish line, we have our reporters, Greg and Bruce, on site. How are you doing?
We're doing great, Maria, and welcome back to Russia. It is Greg and Bruce. We are here at the finish line, and we are expecting Arseny Tjurjumen to be here very shortly in second place. And he is the defending champion, Bruce. He's 23 years old. He's been through a lot already in his young life. When we're talking about the world of mushing, and second place, it's another great race for him.
It is, and as you said, he's 23, and his parents are mushers also, so he kind of grew up in this culture.
Yeah, and we have been able to confirm. Now, since we got on the ground here a few days ago, we've been asking about the purse and what do the winner get and what the second place gets. So we do now have the official information. It is 400,000 rubles, as Nina told us earlier, but it is 200,000 rubles that will go to second place. But I think what they also get is maybe more interesting than the cash.
Yeah, first place also gets, and I don't have the exact amount, but a substantial amount of dog food to support the kennel. And both first and second place will win a new sled. The first place is actually more of a long distance sled.
Okay.
And the second place gets a brand new sprint sled.
Yeah.
So stuff that can be used directly in the kennel and the sport.
Yeah, very cool. And again, we gave Arseny some credit earlier with our live broadcast from here, because he did race Slava for most of this race, and then at some point in time he understood that, okay, this team isn't ready to win a championship here at the Volga Quest, so we're going to back off a little bit and we're going to get them to the finish line safe and sound.
Well, I didn't say they're racing. When they went by us part way up there, they were within a minute of each other, and they both were ski poling and kicking. Yeah. So, yeah, it was a real race, especially in the first half of this. I mean, they literally were side by side, or front and back.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to watch these two teams battle over this time. And the separation really happened in the middle of the night last night near Karmali when Slava went through there and didn't stop for any rest and came straight to the finish line for his first championship. You saw that earlier today here during our broadcast. And And it was his fourth attempt, and he gets his championship after his fourth try. And he said before the race that this was kind of a training run as he prepares for the Berinja, a more long-distance sled dog race that will be coming up for him. And so Arseny now, 23 years old. He's headed here soon. He'll be a second-place finisher in the Volga Quest 2020, another great race for him. And again, Bruce, when you talk about these young mushers and how important they are in all of these mushing communities, when the knowledge has flowed freer than it ever has right now, but it also is able to sustain a community going forward when you've got young mushers who are competitive right away.
Well, the big thing, I think, is Dallas and you had talked about earlier, is that the more experience you have, you pick up subtle things that then you can reflect back on in races in your future life. And if you stick with it from 23, you give him 10 years, think how big that book of knowledge is. And then when you get out in weather or even competitiveness between mushers, when can I rest? How long should I rest? You can reflect back on, well, how did that work out before? Or could I have trained or fed different? So that's a really big aspect of this. And, you've covered Iditarod for a few decades, and you've seen how people come that are good mushers, like you're one of our Iditarod champions, but fine-tuning things until, boom, he ends up winning. So, to be out like this, it's an accumulation of knowledge to reflect back on later.
Okay, good point, Bruce. Let's go back to the studio. Hi, Maria.
Hi. Thank you so much for now. Greg and Bruce, we'll go back to you later. But first, let's look at the highlights of this year's winner, Vyacheslav Demchenko.
Seeing a pretty relaxed musher sitting on.
What do you see here, Nina?
Well, this is Demchenko starting the first stage of the last part of the race. We have to remember that the first part of the race, the first stages were the mid-distance stages. So this is the first start of the last half of the race, where they started the long-distance part of the race. And this was Demchenko leaving the starting chute with a lot of spectators. We see him traveling out from the starting area in Sarajevo. He's got a team of 12 dogs. And he's a positive, happy musher. And what I see in this team is a team, 11 dogs, sorry. Is a team that has energy. The dogs have waving tails. They look happy. And he's braking the sled, which means he's keeping the pace down in the start of the race, which is the way you should do it if you're a long-distance musher. You have to keep the pace or the speed down, leaving the starting chute. And remember, it's a long race. If you start in full gallop, you're not going to hit the finish line. You have to make sure the dogs are warming up, getting into a nice speed, and able to keep that speed and keep the whole distance. So this is Demchenko all the way. We'll see where this is in the... This is probably from the first stage as well. You see the dogs look energetic, they're observant. We see another team coming in behind here. And Demchenko is one of the mushers here in Russia in this Volga Quest race with a sit-down sled. So that's why he's now sitting on his sled and also being able to brake and control the speed as well. Here he's coming into the checkpoint of Karmali 1, that is, where he took his 6-hour mandatory rest. So he's now asking to get some help to place his dog team a little bit more to the right, and where he's going to take care of his dogs. And what we're seeing here now is preparing his dog team for takeout. This is like clips from what happened last night. He's putting on booties, he had some ointment and cream on the paws of the dogs. And in long distance, you need to have dog booties all the time to make sure the dog paws are taken well care of.
Prior to this long distance part of the race, there was 3 days ahead with mushing. How did Vyacheslav Demchenko do in those three first?
Yeah, that's interesting, Maria. I'll tell you. The first stage of the first race was Saturday. He finished as number 1, actually, and that was together with the other long distance mushers and the mid distance class. He was number 1 at the first stage. Second stage, Sunday, Demchenko finished as a number 2, 25 minutes after Fateyev, who was the fastest. As we know now, Fateyev did not finish the race. Stage 3, Monday. Demchenko was also number 2 at Monday after Fateyev. And we know that Fateyev later scratched from the race, and then Demchenko is a winner of the long distance part of the race. And I think it's interesting to see the sled here, as Greg and Bruce have been talking to him, and he's made this the sled himself, and all the parts for the sled, building the sled, he has bought in Russia, and it's the runners, the skis are the runners of the sled. He's specially ordered in Russia as well, and he's been watching photos of American mushers and trying to make a sled just how he's seen in photos. So he's made his own sit-down sled. Yep.
So Demchenko has been very steady since he was doing very good throughout all the race.
Absolutely. And as we saw from the start, he has even speed. He has kept an even speed and even pace in the whole race. He's going steady from the start, every stage, always finishing top 3 in every stage, and always taking a rest when he should take the rest. He was able to do the 6-hour mandatory rest in the beginning of the race, which is also very good. And he had a quick stop going back towards the finish line at Kamali 2, and he is definitely a steady musher, and he's got lots of experience from other races. And this is a guy who has picked up knowledge from different races and a lot of different watching maybe different races from other countries as well. Here we see Carmela coming into the finish line early this morning in Russia.
Demchenko.
Sorry, Demchenko. What did I say? Demchenko, of course. These are footages from early this morning when he was coming into the finish line, and you see this team is a nice-looking dog team. We have 2 lead dogs here. They are observant. Their ears are interested in what's going on here, and they have all booties on, which is a nice sight to see. The dog musher taking care of the paws all the way, making sure most of the dogs have booties. Of course, they can lose some, but the dogs have booties, and it's a nice team crossing the finish line. And
you seem happy too.
He has a couple 100 meters left though, but I mean he is pretty close to the finish line, and he has a clear lead. Nobody was trading him from behind, so he could just make sure everything was gone easy and nice into Chiryaevo. Oh, the name of the place. Chiryaevo again. It's difficult with the Russian names. So he was not hunted by other teams. He was able to just move on, making sure his team moved along nicely, and just finishing the race like he does at the moment we see here now. Early this morning, being the winner of Volga Quest 2020, and earning a prize of 400,000 rubles, which equals about 60,000 Norwegian kroner, and in dollars that'll be $6,200. It's a lot of money for Russian mushers to get. Well, it's a lot of money for me as well.
Yes, but hopefully you'll get to use it on his dogs.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Of course, dog food is expensive.
Yeah, and we could see that Vyacheslav, he had a lot of dog booties on his dogs, and now Dallas CV will learn us how to put booties on.
All right, I was just talking to Pavel here about the booties that they use here in Russia. It's a little bit different than what we have in Alaska. It's a little bit heavier material. Mm-hmm. Do you guys get a lot of really abrasive, kind of crunchy snow here?
Yes, we have crunchy, abrasive snow, and the problem this season is that we have actually no snow near the Moscow, so we have this, you know, kind of ground.
Yeah.
So we need to have many booties and heavy booties.
These are perfect for that, right? Because it's a much heavier material than we use. I mean, I would like to have something for this when you have that really abrasive, crunchy snow.
I think the best material for me for the snow is a bit Cordura 300, 350, but for this snow we gotta have more.
Yeah, I think what I use is a Cordura 330. It's a little bit different. I mean, very, very similar, right? We're looking for one thing different, but you mind if I put it on the dog? We can just take a look at how we put him on there. Here, you wanna hold this for me?
Yeah, it's okay.
And what's the dog's name?
Taina.
Taina.
It's like mystery on English, but in Russian it's Taina.
Okay. You're right, sweet pea. So usually when I booty a dog, I actually start with the back feet and work forward. And so I'll try to just lift up the dog. You're right there, sweetie. And then I'll just hold them here, and it always starts off with just kind of brushing the snow off the feet. And then I like to kind of pinch these toes together just a little bit and put this finger on the end, so it makes it easy to slide the booty on without the toenails hooking in there. And then on my booties, especially since they're a softer material, I want to make sure we get a really nice fold here so it's not uncomfortable. So I'll take these fingers and push all the extra fabric over just to the side, and then just kind of wrap it around like that. And then usually I just pick up the other foot as I set that one down and do the same thing on this foot, and then gently hold the dog's stomach and then do this front feet like this. That way I don't have to turn my body around, and maybe when you have big boots on, you know, you're tripping over the dog, so it's just, everything is trying to be very slow. But I like, again, I guess on the front foot, what really helps is putting this finger to the end. Yeah, let me see another one of those things. The front feet are a little bit harder because they're easier to move their leg forward, so you gotta use this part of the hand to kind of block the wrist. And so it helps if your dog's leg isn't longer than your hand, and you can just kind of pinch them together like that. And then I can slide down and catch just the edge. So this is one problem with stiffer booties, is they're kind of hard to slide on over the top, but man, these things are durable. And then you got the dew claw that fold in there, pull your extra material, wrap it on like that. But you like these things for fall training too, huh? Like when it's more rocks and stuff?
Yes,
That's where I would see using these a lot in Alaska.
Yes.
Good job, Taina. She's an excellent model.
Because she like when somebody is touching her and playing with her, so she's...
It's nice to see some dogs, you can tell that she's had a lot of socialization because she's very calm and she's comfortable with her feet being picked up and worked with. You know, some dogs, like house pets, that don't often get booties on their feet, they're not often getting the ointment. You try to touch their feet and they don't want them touched. But sled dogs usually are really good about being worked with. Well, thank you for letting us take a look at your shoes there and letting us use Taina. You said mystery?
Mystery,
the translation?
Because when she was a puppy, she was some kind of, I don't know what the dog is gotta be, so I thought it's a mystery what it's gotta be. That's her name.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for letting us take a look at this stuff.
It's really interesting to see how you're making dog booties on a sled dog. It's interesting. I have some things new for me. It's interesting. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Now Arseny Tyrymen is heading towards the finish line, and Greg and Bruce is there. Over to you.
Thank you, Maria, and welcome back to Russia, Greg and Bruce. And we are here at the finish line, our second place musher. Bruce very close now within sight. And he's got to feel great about himself and the way he's finishing this race.
I'm sure it's great to see the finish line. And like you said, he is in sight. We're going to get a visual here real quickly. Maybe some of the cameras already are picking up on him back in the studio. And we'll see how the dogs are moving as they come in here. Now, they've had a lot more rest than the first team. So they should technically be traveling a little faster, but that's up to the individual dogs and how much training and conditioning they've had for this.
And I wouldn't be shocked if he's using a ski pole and really working hard to finish this race. This is the defending champion. It should be pointed out that he is the defending champion. It wasn't a race last year that he won here at the Volga Quest. You can see him kicking really hard. Yeah. He's expending some energy and trying to help his team. They're loping.
Yeah, so that's a reflection of the extra rest that they got, which was the great call to make for these dogs. But yeah, they are moving. He's kicking and fast trots and actual loping like a sprint team. So
Arseny won this race in 2016. It was, and then there's been a few years off with the Volga Quest. So he is the defending champion, and he's going to finish first in 2016 and second here in 2020. And so look at these dogs moving out to the finish line.
Yeah, they are. It's just, again, a reflection of how much rest they got. So he's putting out the effort himself right to the end here, and he's just about to come in the chute. We've got a lot of people out here watching, the handlers from the other teams, and we're going to hear him coming in here.
Yeah, he's running himself. He looks like Dallas Seavey on that sled running down the trail behind his great dogs and his team. And wow, do they look beautiful coming in here. 2, 4, 6, 8 dogs. Arseny Turayumin in second place, and he has finished his Volga Quest 2020 with a second place finish coming off his championship run in 2016. So we'll get our translator. Can you help us out over here when we ask him some questions? So Bruce, let's go down and look at the dogs, and we'll get your feel on that, and then we'll ask Arseny some questions when it's appropriate. What do you see, Bruce?
I'm just looking at their hydration and their weight, and he's congratulating them, and they feel pretty good. They're nicely hydrated. That rest really helped pick them back up.
Arseny, congratulations, number one, but can you tell us the name of the dogs you're greeting right now?
Поздравления, Арсений. Как сейчас собак зовут, с которыми сейчас общаешься?
Это Удага и Ори.
This is Udagai and Ari. She's talking to, yes.
And tell us how great they are.
Расскажи, какие они особенные?
Какие они особенные? Это мы их называем байкальские хаски.
They call them Baikal Husky.
Потому что это те собаки, которых мы занимаемся уже более 20 лет. Почти 20 лет.
This is the art of dogs with them take care of for 20 years. So they call him Baikal Husky, and they're very proud of it.
So can he tell us about his leaders that brought him in here?
Можно просто рассказать что-то про твоих лидеров,
лидеры,
которых тебя привезли?
Ай, молодцы. Ну, у меня самый потрясающий лидер, это вот Lexus.
His most amazing leader is Lexus, that is here in front. And Oma.
And were they in lead the whole way?
И они были в лидерах все время.
Lexus все время, Oma вот недавно только.
Lexus the whole time and Oma just fresh one.
And how old?
Сколько им лет?
7 лет и 4 года.
7 years and 4 years old.
Can you ask him about his decision to stay in Karmali and rest, and why he allowed the Slava to keep going?
Можно просто рассказать о твоем решении остановиться и сделать отдых, и ты позволил Славе уйти. Можешь нам сказать, почему это решение принял?
Ну, когда мне осталось 8 собак, когда я пришел как раз на чекпоинт Кармалы, остановился на обязательный отдых, и я понял, что у меня 2 собаки хромают, и пришлось их снять. А на 8 собаках очень тяжело вести борьбу, когда у соперника там 10 собак, поэтому я шел только по собакам. Самое главное было сохранить команду, у меня это и получилось.
When you come to the checkpoint in Kamali and you have to take off 2 dogs, which were thinking, he sees that Slava have 10 dogs. It was difficult to keep up with him, so he just go how his dogs are feeling. So the dog qualifier was the first point.
And how does he feel about finish second? Does he feel pride right now? Is he happy with his finish?
Как ты себя ощущаешь сейчас прийти сюда вторым и закончив гонку? Ты горд? Finally.
Tell him congratulations for us.
Поздравления тебе за вот достиженное.
Thank you.
Arseny, another great job. Of course, the defending champion from 2016. He follows that up. Bruce Lee with a second place finish. Here's the other media now. They get an opportunity to talk to Arseny, but this is an impressive managed dog team, and the decision that he made in Karmali to sit and rest, like, you have to tip your cap to him as a competitor.
Well, yeah, and like you said, he had to drop 2 dogs, and he saw that he was outgunned or just less power. So at that point, why not make it better and a more positive experience for the dogs to come in and feel good. And I think we saw that in the gaits that they had loping in here.
Yeah, that team was really impressive coming to the finish line the entire time down. Now, of course, they pick up pace anytime they head to a checkpoint or the finish line, but Arseny was off the sled and sprinting behind it, and the dogs were in a true lope heading to this finish line, and I know any musher will feel proud and happy when that happens.
And for mushers that might be watching this, let me describe these guys a little bit. He called them Bakau Huskies, so they've kind of taken on their own regional names, but they're very much Alaskan Husky-looking dogs. They're a little smaller than what you see in Iditarod. I'd say they're probably 40, 45 pounds, very consistent. But I don't see any of the larger males like we usually see in the Yukon Quest or the Iditarod for mushers that are watching from someplace else. They're very fine-boned, but they're a little lighter in weight than Slavas were. But they're actually a pretty small, finely boned dog.
And they're all still on their feet wanting to go farther.
Yeah, well, the females, or the one leader's here is banging on her harness, and that one's whining. But right now what they're doing, I think, is the check of his equipment. They're checking him in here. Actually, for second place, there's a lot of people here.
Yeah, no, it's great. A lot of people have come out to watch Arseny's finish, and of course, the youngest musher in the field at 23 years old, his family very much entrenched in the lifestyle and the sport. And you can tell the genetics are certainly in place, the desire. Anytime you see a musher off the sled running and sprinting the way he was, you know that this is a guy that's going to be around for a long time.
And what I like looking at these guys is, from a musher's eye, is they're consistently sized, they're pretty equally gated, so you don't have some that are off balance with the others. It's a really nice balanced team. They're all kind of that same size, and with him calling that, I think he said it's been in his family's bloodline for 20 years. Yeah. So they've developed a real real breeding program here.
Yeah, I think he's going to go park him, so I just wanted to make sure that our camera guy was out of the way and didn't get clipped from behind there. But I'm impressed with this dog team at this finish line.
Yeah, well, listen to them. They sound like they're starting the race right now.
Yeah. They want to keep going. I think they're ready for another leg of the Volga Quest.
Yeah, nice trots leaving there, really.
Yeah, look at them.
Yeah. Leaving with two people.
And so he'll take them down there in the dog yard. He'll get them on some straw right away, maybe get some food and water in them, and let them relax.
Yeah, they're done. So, and they ended with a positive experience, and I'd be interested to find out, if he's going to run any other races this year.
Yeah. And you have to assume that a guy of that age, right, 23 years old, came in here with a beautiful dog team, so well matched as you described. The genetics are there. This is a guy here in this area of Russia that, if he had the finances, we might see him in the Yukon Quest or even the Iditarod eventually, or maybe some of the other shorter races, the Femin in Norway or whatever. If this Arctic World Series is allowed to grow and become what we hope it can become, and there are scholarships or the ability to move some of these mushers from around the globe to different races, who knows? He's a guy that we may see on other tracks down the road.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, I would love to see that exchange, but like you said, it takes sponsorships and people helping to move these guys, because it is an expensive venture to move a bunch of dog teams and the musher to these other events. But what a great international exchange that would be in bonding between communities of mushers, but also countries.
Yeah. And then the exchange of ideas that we've been talking about throughout this day, I think is one of the most important aspects, especially with this race here in Russia, where, it wasn't that long ago when information didn't flow so freely into this country. And now, right down to this sort of lifestyle situation where mushers now are able to come into this country, exchange ideas about dog care, about building a sled, about booties, and in the end create a whole new community.
And, you know, a lot of people would say, well, now we have the internet and we have YouTube and we have Facebook. And yeah, you can put ideas in that. But besides the science of dog mushing, there's art. And that takes conversation and explaining and adjusting it to different situations. So it's just not facts and numbers. You really need that face-to-face time.
Yeah. And with his arrival, I guess that's the conclusion of the teams here on the Volga Quest 2020. The trail closes and we don't have any more dog teams out there. And so their season will continue with their training, and if some of the teams have other races planned, but life goes on. And I think that's the one thing, too, that our viewers have to understand. We're allowed to peer into this lifestyle during these races, but it's the races that are so little a part of their lives. They're just a few weeks out of a 52-week year when it's all said and done. And it's the lifestyle that allows these people to have these dogs to come out and show the world what they can do in these events.
Yeah, and this is a chance to get a look at that even out on the trail the way we're doing this now, not just leaving the starting line and, you know, and then being at the finish. It's actually seeing them like we did yesterday, stopping and taking the time to change booties or snacking. Or so, yeah, it's a golden opportunity, and hopefully people that aren't even mushers can enjoy the landscapes they run in and the interaction, the human-dog bond that is created in these events.
And again, there's culture, right? I mean, we've been talking over these few days about the type of history that is. We went to a museum today here in this little town near the start and the finish line. We were able to see some of the Russian culture that at one time was the world didn't have access to it. On the Iditarod, the final leg of the Arctic World Series, you're going to meet cultures up and down that trail, from the Athabascan Indians that live on the Yukon River to the Inupiaq and you know, the Eskimo populations that live on the Bering Sea coast. And so that's the beauty of these events. They run through cultures, and you get to meet people from all walks of lives, and again, the exchange of ideas. Your experience in Russia, I know your mushing career took you to a lot of different places when you were racing, and now as a member of the media, you've been allowed to get to the John Bear Grease race. You've been to the Femin now in Norway, and now you've been to the Volga Quest here in Russia. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and I see the same thing in the actual hardcore mushing communities. It's people that have worked out their lives and their finances to not just chase money, but to develop a lifestyle that they're passionate about, and they put more value in that than anything else.
Well, I don't understand Russia, but I think they just officially ended the race, right? Yes. Yes. So the Volga Quest 2020 has come to a conclusion. Congratulations. It was a great event. We loved being here. We're very appreciative. Yeah, you guys put on a good show. Good show. So, well, I don't know. I guess we're going to go back to the studio right now to Maria and Nina. We're very happy. Like, we got to witness two great dog teams coming to this finish line here in Russia. We've been spending some time with some great people in this community, and again, the mushing community full of great people. We met great mushers and family members that support all of these teams and these kennels that allow these events to go on, and we get to watch dog teams moving down the trail.
And it's not over. We're going to the Iditarod.
Yes. Yeah, we're only 3 of the 4 events done now, and now we get to go to the state of Alaska and chase dogs again down a 1,000-mile trail.
We look forward to seeing you back in Iditarod. Thank you so much, Greg and Bruce. Now, that was the conclusion of Volga Quest 2020. And what did both of you are mushers, what do you think about Arseni Tyrymin's dog team coming in to the finish line?
Well, Maria, I thought those dogs looked amazing. And those were 8 very energetic, happy dogs. I love the way the musher himself really greeted one and thanked one of each of his dogs after crossing the finish line. Really paying attention to each dog, thanking it for the job it has done. And that's a bond I want to see between the musher and the dog. The way he actually
cuddled each
Yeah,
dog.
cuddled each dog.
What do you think, Nina Vollan?
Yeah, I think it looks like they're galloping into the finish line and paying attention to everything around them and looking very up.
So they're not tired at all?
Not at all. You know, he decided to have a 6-hour rest at the last checkpoint of Karmali, which he did not necessarily have to take because he'd already done his mandatory rest. But he knew he was going to come in second position, so he did not have no stress. So he had good rest, and he has a great dog team doing a great last leg coming to the finish line. And you know, he doesn't actually need to run behind the sled right now, but he's a probably a very sporty guy, so he had a nice training run himself as well.
Yeah, he's only 23 years old.
Yeah, 23 years old, yeah.
And have you ever done that as a musher yourself, taken more rest than you need to?
Yeah, many times. That's often my problem. I take too much rest, and then I'm not competing that much.
Okay.
Well, when you do, well, I don't know if I may agree because you're a very competitive person and you do very well, actually. But what I think is that when you do get more rest from the beginning and you take more rest all the way, you do have a little bit higher speed. But it also depends whether you are raising younger dogs or if you have a competitive team. Because if you raise younger dogs to give them experience, you like to do more rest because those dogs need more rest. You're not in the competition for the result. You're there to train your young team. So that's when you want to rest more.
Yeah.
And you know, Maria is really comfy as a human being, being a dog musher, to have more rest because then we have time to sleep more as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and maybe then you can get to pay more attention to your dogs throughout the race.
Give them even better care.
Yeah.
And it is really fun to go fast. But if you do long distance, you can't go fast. You have to take control of your competitive mind and realize I have to keep this regular, normal trotting speed or a nice speed for all the legs because otherwise you're going to get more injuries. The rest and the speed, the schedule is very important.
The same speed as your training speed.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now,
the speed the dogs are used to.
Yeah. Last week, I was here in studio and I watched you, Nina Vollan, came in 5th at the Femin race.
Yeah.
How was it to compete in the Femin race?
It was really nice. I was both me and my dogs were a bit off in the beginning. I think I was nervous and didn't think that I was able to get any good position. Yeah.
Okay. No.
But then when I had done around 300 kilometers, my dog started to run even better, and the speed went up. And
yeah.
My mood also went up.
Yeah,
and the dogs did even.
You always in a good mood.
These pictures are from the start here. Can you describe how the beginning was for you?
Haven't we all seen it? Yeah, it was good. The trails were really hard, as you can see here. But then we came up to the turn, and they had put a lot of snow in the turn, so that we had something to brake on. And I'm always so nervous before that turn. And when I came up to it, I tried to steer my sled at first out of the turn and then into the turn again because I didn't want my dogs to pull me into the turn. But as you will see, I got a bit out of balance and I took some steps and jumped back on the sled, but then I was just so out of balance and I hit some snow and
Were you nervous here?
Yeah, really nervous. And I think that's kind of the problem because if this was further out in the trail, I wouldn't think that much. I would just drive my sled. But instead you start to think way too much on how you're...
And it's so much power in a dog team. You don't realize how it's impossible to stop without help. It's so much power.
Yeah.
Did it hurt?
No, I think I had so much adrenaline, and so I didn't feel anything. I was mostly afraid of because you can see that I almost hit the crowds and there was a lot of people standing almost in the trails. So I was a bit afraid of hitting them.
Yeah. It's very many people there. Is that allowed to be standing in the trail?
I'm not sure where.
Well, they're not actually in the trail, Maria. They are just spectators standing close to the trail. And all the people in the yellow vests here, those are voluntary people.
But this picture coming up here, nobody's seen before.
Yeah, this is me hanging after the sled. You can see there's a lot of people trying to help me.
Oh, yeah.
And I think at the end, I'm not sure how many guys were hanging after my sled, if there was 3 or 4 or something like that.
How did you get up?
Yeah, my dogs, they were, or my sled hit a bunch of snow, and then it just tipped up, of course, by the help of the guys hanging after the sled as well. So it's just tipped up in speed.
Okay, so the sled flipped up again while all the men were hanging on the sled. Yeah. So then you were able to get back on the sled.
Yeah, and then I could just turn around and say to them, "Okay, guys, you can just let go now."
I can do it from here. Yeah. How did you go with the sled?
I broke some handles on the side of the sled, but nothing that nothing that I needed. No. It was just.
If you pay attention to when directly the moment your sled hits the trail and when you flip, you see there's a little piece from your sled falling away.
Oh, there was?
Probably from a handlebar or something. Yeah, you can see there's a little piece of plastic being thrown away from the sled just in the moment you flip your sled, actually.
And these people trying to help, are they from security? Who are
volunteers. For the Feminine Race,
from the organization. So those are there in the curve because they know some people might have a flip and fall in the curve. And I gotta say that 2 years ago, 2-year winner of the Iditarod, Robert Surley, actually flipped himself in the same curve. So it's not that embarrassing to flip. I mean, Robert Surley, he's won the Iditarod and he's a very experienced musher, and he flipped. So, well, he won that race as well. So, I mean, flipping means winning.
Yes. And how did you work mentally further out in the race after this episode?
Actually, I think it helped me a bit because I was so nervous at the beginning for the entire race. But there was so much adrenaline running through my body after this flip. And so I think I got to relax more afterwards because when the adrenaline went out of my body, I just had to relax.
But don't you feel like when you start, you always have a lot of adrenaline? And in the feminine race, you have this curve at the top after 300 meters, you have this curve. And I'm always nervous with that curve. I've done it many, many times. I never flip though, but I'm always nervous anyway. Yeah. But I'm always nervous before the start anyway. So when you get out of the city of Røros, the race is on.
Yeah.
Then you can relax. You don't have all the stress.
Exactly.
So
Can you, looking at these pictures, how was this stage of the race?
I think this is the first lap of the race, right, to Tufsingdalen. And so there was some wind on the mountain, and you can see there. And I had 2 leaders, a bit unexperienced, so I've had some, not problems, but just had to help them a bit up on the mountain. They were going a bit off trail and stuff like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I recognize one of your lead dogs, Nina.
Yeah, that's Ninja.
Yeah, he is the one on the right side here going out to Trysil checkpoint after 200 kilometers. There's a lead dog on your right side in front, Ninja.
Yes, that's right.
You can see he's probably here as well.
Yeah,
on the right. On the right. Oh, well, that'll be on the right side in the camera.
Yeah, exactly.
And then on the left side for you.
Yeah, the black one.
The black one, yeah, that's right.
Tell us a little bit about Ninja.
Yeah, he's a really special guy. He always keeps a good speed in the team. He has a lot of good mood. He's barking. Often when they're running, and if the weather is bad, he will just bark even more and go even harder. And even if I'm in a really bad mood, he knows how to cheer me up, because then he will just do even better indeed.
How does it cheer you up? What does it do?
We had one training run last year. It was raining. And I was in a really bad mood because of the rain, and I felt that my dogs weren't doing so great. There was not much speed in them, and then we had put all the dogs in the harnesses and put them in the team, and then we were going out, and I just say "klare," as we say to our dogs.
Ready?
Yeah, and he just starts barking, and he's barking the entire first kilometer. Yeah.
In the rain.
In the rain, yeah. And then I have to call my boyfriend crying and just tell him, I love Ninja. He's the best.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
Your boyfriend were crying.
I were crying.
Oh,
not my boyfriend.
No, you were crying.
Yeah.
But Maria, you know, I have to say something here because I do have 2 puppies after her lead dog. So I have Corolla and Musil, and they have different mothers, but they still have Ninja as their father. And it makes me sentimental as well because they are very nice, good dogs as well. So I'm sure I would have loved to have Ninja in my team as well.
Yeah, I think
happy for
everybody
you.
would love
You
a
have
Ninja.
a very good lead dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's barking to cheer you and the other dogs up?
Exactly, and because he's so excited. And also when we're going on the last run to the finish line, he was so energetic that I had to go over to him and just check him, are you okay? Because he was doing like this, and he was just so excited because he knew that we were soon in the finish line.
Did he go? He was in the race last year with you or your boyfriend?
Not last year, but the year before.
2 years ago. So he has gone all the way to the finish line before.
Yeah.
Which means he knows the trail.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's a good, very big, very good thing to have a lead dog or dogs in the team that have been through the race before.
Yeah.
Do you do any special training with him, or did you buy him as a lead dog, or did you make him a good lead dog?
We bought him when he was 2.5 years old, and he could run in lead, but he was not a complete lead dog yet. So I think he's just become even better after the years gone by.
But in a few words, what have you been doing to make him a great lead dog?
Just driving him in lead and giving him the chance to go in single lead. He loves to do that too, and going off the trail with him, going through bad weather, and yeah.
So basically, training him in different kinds of weather conditions, and also believing in him and giving him a lot of responsibility.
Yeah.
That's a good thing, yeah.
I wonder, when do you realize in the Femend race that you can do good in the race?
I think that must have been in Søvoll, actually.
In the middle?
In the middle of the race, yeah. Because then there was a lot of team still resting when I went out of there. And also I got some texts and stuff that said that I had a good speed. Yeah. And my dogs, Nino, he was barking out of on the first kilometers, and they were in a good mood and eating, and just doing good.
But, you know, finishing 5th is very, very good in the Femend race because there's so many good teams. I mean, you have adventurous teams, and you were also, you were not the best woman though, because Birgittenes was bib number or position 2 or finished as second. But I mean, you did an amazing job. And this was your 3rd time in the long Femend or 2nd time?
Second time in the long, and I've done the short one once.
Yeah, the short one you were number 2 actually.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
Yeah, so she's done really well.
How did you do the last time you participated in the Femend?
7th place.
7th place. Okay, so now you got up
2 tries and then 2 tries. There's a result 7 and 5. That's very good actually. And those dogs are going to another competition right now.
Yeah, that was my next question. What's coming up in the future?
It's the Finnmarks race, the Finnmarksløpet. And I think it's in 3 weeks from now.
How long is that?
1,200 kilometers.
Yeah.
So it's a long race.
It's the longest race in Europe.
Yeah.
It is, people would say it's very tough. Some would say it's a lot of ups, hills and downhills. Where I live, I believe the Finnmark race is pretty flat. But the Finnmark race is absolutely a qualifier for the Iditarod. But the Finnmark race is also very, it's a tough race. But are you racing?
No, my boyfriend is racing this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the dogs will race.
Yeah,
Ninja
the dogs
will
race. Yeah, Ninja will definitely race.
And your boyfriend name is?
Ola Martinsen.
And will you aim for the Femin race in the future?
Yeah, we'll have to discuss at home, I think, if I'm doing the Femin race next year or if Ola is doing the Femin race next year.
But we will definitely see you as a musher in the future, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And we're really glad to have you here in studio. Thank you so much for coming by. And we will set over to our friends in Russia at the Volga Quest.
Hi, guys, and welcome back to Russia. We've got Greg, Bruce, Dallas, Carrie Ann, and we just wanted to take a moment and talk about what the last 3 weeks have been like in our lives and what we've been able to witness both in Minnesota, then in Norway, and now here in Russia. And first of all, what a privilege it's been for us to be here.
Absolutely, to all these races, and for me it's just fun and rewarding to share with the dog mushing community and how the interest and love of these dogs carries around the world.
And Dallas, I know for you and Bruce it must be really unique because you guys have committed so much of your lives to this event or these events, this sport, this lifestyle, and so to come to different countries and see the way they do it in other places is spectacular.
It's an awesome experience, and there's always something you can learn from them and take back and add to how we do things. But the greatest thing for me is to see, mushing without borders really here. We're kind of going from one place to the next. We've seen the similarities, the family that's around each of these races and the community that's around each of these races. And it's great to, for the first time, kind of be bringing these together a little bit closer.
Yeah. Hey, Carrie Ann? Your education began with the bear grease when it comes to mushing, right? You've learned so much in these 3 weeks.
It's been an enormous learning curve. From coming from traditional sports and going into the mushing world and community, it's been really interesting and it's been great. I'm still learning and I'm really happy to be around you guys with such an experience and culture. And thank you for bearing over with me. I promise I'm still going to work hard to be try to do as good as I can.
Yeah, and it's been great, whether it was Ryan Reddington at the Bear Grease or Robert Sorley at the Femin or here Slava Demchenko at the Volga Quest 2020, to see the pride not only in the musher but the communities and their families, and we get a sense of how many people have their hands in a championship run, and they've all been unique in their own way but also very, very similar.
Yeah, that's the thing that actually you've pointed out forever, Greg, in all the races we've covered. It's not just the musher and the dogs, and every musher will say the same thing. There's a whole team behind them, not just the dog team, but their families, their friends, the supporters in the communities, and anybody that stood in any checkpoint in any major race knows that there's an army supporting the event and the mushers out there on the trail, and it's held true all the way here to Russia.
Yeah, and Dallas, when a team gets to the finish line first, it proves what?
It's confirmation in some ways, I think, for that musher. Mostly, I think it proves that the community had another successful race. You know what I mean? Yeah. They pulled it off again. They got the teams around there. It's a good run. It's a happy moment for everybody. For a dog musher, though, I think the race is just confirmation of what's already been done. Is your program working? Is the breeding, the feeding, the training, and every year is different. It's not necessarily a sum of that musher's knowledge in one race. You had a good year, or man, we had terrible snow conditions and that presented different challenges. So for them to cross out of the finish line first, I think that's it's confirmation that, we had a good year. But the race is oftentimes about how you train, how you develop, and that everything that happens outside of the public spectrum, away from the race. And so coming here is just kind of showing off the team that you created this year. Hey, look what I made. And this is pretty cool to share that with the community. And again, I think it's a chance to give back and appreciate that whole team that we were just talking about that's behind you, right? So it's as much for your handlers and the people supporting you, whether it's the folks that patched up your Parka when you tore it or fixed your sled bag for you. I think it's good for them too, just to say, hey, this is a good team, and thanks for being part of that.
I'm just wondering, we have 3 winners so far in this series, and you, with all your experience, all the 3 of you, what can we learn, and how important is this QRILLPAWS Arctic World Series for the community of mushing and bringing it to a higher level?
Well, I can talk a little bit about that. I just think that the more we can do to bring what this is to the mainstream, truly educate the public, get the truth out there. You know, we've been posting things over the last 6 or 10 months and hashtag the truth. I think that's what I'm taking away from these first 3 weeks, and we really saw it in Norway at the Femin race with all those live pictures of those dogs running across those landscapes, doing what they were put on the planet to do, happily do. I think that that is what I'm going to take away from year number 1, is that we are in a way starting to change the culture from the public's perception standpoint. And it's so important, Bruce. And I know it's, you know, for guys who have, and gals who have committed their lives to this lifestyle and the pursuit, and like, I almost get embarrassed at times when I go to a kennel and I ask a musher, so is this the right thing to do? Right? Is it the right thing to run dogs across these landscapes and these temperatures? And is it okay to be doing this? And it's an important dialogue that we have to begin to have, because it's an embarrassing question for me to ask a Dallas Evie or Bruce Lee that question, because they either want to laugh at the question or punch you in the head, right, for asking the question. But I think it's time to have these appropriate conversations and start to push back a little bit. What we've seen in these 3 races are creatures that have been put on this planet that are loving what they do, and they're out on these trails, and there are people taking care of them better than we take care of children in this world.
Oh, that's definitely true.
It's true.
They have more health care, more checkups. But to answer your question, what this event's doing from my perspective is that, one is we're trying to bring this lifestyle and this sport to the public in a knowledgeable way. But from my perspective, what we are doing is something mushers do endlessly, is exchange information and talk dogs. Dallas and I know in every mushing community, every kennel, there's just endless talk. It's fun. You're passionate about it. And so you talk dogs. You talk about the dog. You talk about equipment. And that's one of the great things about this sport. It's endless dynamics, and it's always changing. And what I felt, particularly being here in Russia, is the mushers and the mushing community is so hungry for knowledge that we're not only building a sporting event, we're sharing knowledge about dog breeding, dog nutrition, all the different caring aspects of dogs, which what sled dog sports have done is improve the health and care of every dog, pet dogs all over the world. So it's both a sporting event and it's educational. Wouldn't you agree, Dallas?
Absolutely. I mean, what this event, first of all, what are we following? We're following dog mushing, which is a celebration of a way of life. And in many ways, it's a lost way of life. At least it's no longer needed from day-to-day existence, right? So the sport of mushing is celebrating that. It's keeping this breed of dog alive. It's keeping that culture alive. But now what the QRILLPAWS Arctic World Series is doing is bringing these communities together, bringing these different mushing, countries, if you will, together, and we're bringing mushing into the 21st century, because we need to have more information in some of these places, and we need to bring that level up. We always need to continue to improve and to grow, and I think that's very helpful. It is going to help bring information back. So when we're traveling to these races, we're taking away a great story. We're sharing in that culture, sharing in that experience. Why do they have this race? Why is the bear grease? What was the history behind that and the Femin? But we're also opening a doorway. We're making those face-to-face connections, and we're bringing and giving back information and kind of including these communities, which is going to improve the care everywhere. It's going to improve the knowledge everywhere and make sure that mushing is done right all the way through. So that's what I see the Arctic World Series doing, is bringing mushing into the 21st century and opening all those doorways so we have free-flowing information through a larger mushing community, not just the Willow mushing community or the Roros mushing community. It's the mushing community just got bigger, and we all benefit from that.
And at the end of the day, it's all about what's best for the dogs. And they're having a better success because of it.
But there's 3 down, there's 1 to go.
The big one.
The granddaddy of them all, right?
Yeah.
So I did a rod. How important is that race for you guys?
It's our lifeblood for this. It is,
yeah,
because this is important here. The bear grease is important in that community, and everybody knows the Iditarod is the big one. But our lives, all 3 of us, have been totally focused and centered on that, and And for Dallas and I, the mushers here, one of the educational things they want to know, how do you train for Iditarod? How do you feed those dogs for Iditarod? Because that is a big testing ground, but it's also a great Alaska community celebration that includes the whole state and now has brought in the whole world.
Yeah. This is, for me, I mean, each of these races, believe me, I get asked the question, is it hard not to be on the sled? Is it hard not to be out there? Yeah, I wish I could have been racing in the bear grease, but I've never done it before. I'll do it next year for my first time, maybe. Femin, same thing. I've never raced in it before. It's fun to watch. I've raced with many of these mushers. But, you know, maybe next year will be the first year. Yeah. This one, a whole new race for me, you know, experiencing it. But the Iditarod, that's one that's going to be hard not to be racing in, you know, sitting on the sidelines. That's going to be a challenge. But for me, this is...
asking you questions.
Yeah, exactly. And watching my dad race in it, right? But this started for my family, the very first Iditarod, you know, when it really was just, can we do the trail? Can we keep this trail alive? The history that represented to the state. Sled dogs, you know, Alaska wouldn't be the state that it is without sled dogs. Yeah. It was absolutely crucial to existence in Alaska long before Alaska flew under any flag, right? Those dogs are part of that country. And so this is, for the Iditarod, it's a huge celebration. It's the one that means a lot to me. So I'm very excited about this race coming up, and I think it's the perfect kind of penultimate point for the QRILLPAWS Arctic World Series with the Iditarod, 1,000 miles, finishing in Nome. I'm already getting excited.
Yeah, no, like we're going to be so fired up and amped up. And so I think that's going to be a wrap now from Russia. We're going to throw it back to the studio in Oslo, Norway, and to the fans that have been watching both at Iditarod.com or on YouTube. The next time you're going to see the four of us, we're going to be halfway around the world, 13 time zones away to be exact. And that's where we'll be standing live and ready to bring you the last great race on Earth. They call it the Iditarod Sled Dog Race. All right, that'll do it for now. Let's go back to Oslo.
Thank you so much, Greg, Bruce, Carrie-Ann, and Dallas. Now, Nina, how has the Volga Quest been for you?
It has been an interesting race, absolutely. You know, Maria, I love to see mushing and nature from trails from different parts of the world. Obviously in the winter time, because I enjoy much winter mushing. You can mush on snow as well, on dry land as well. But from my point of view, the Volga Quest has been very interesting. We've seen some really good teams here, nice-looking teams. Although it's a small race compared to the other races we are covering this winter, it's been a beautiful race, and the people are absolutely fantastic, helping out and giving us information we need. So thank you very much to all the followers in our helper in Russia. And you know who you are. You have been fantastic, giving us help with research.
And next up, like they said, is Iditarod. And you know a whole lot about Iditarod, don't you?
Oh, well, I haven't been racing it, but I did write a book about it some years ago when Robert Surley won his first Iditarod. I wrote a book called Kappløp gjennom Alaska. It's a race through Alaska. I wrote it together with Lars Monsen, who's been racing the Iditarod many times later. And I have also been the press contact of Robert Surley, Kjetil Bakken, and Bjørnar Andersen for many, many years when they were in the Team Norway competing in Iditarod. So yeah, although not racing, I do know a lot about the race.
And you will go there as our expert. Do you look forward to it?
Oh, absolutely. I have been to Alaska before, and I do know pretty many people there, but I do look really forward to be covering the race and see the race close up.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for your expertise, Nina Skrumstad, and thank you for dropping by, Nina Vollen. Make sure to see the next race of this series, which is the 1,000-mile long great race of Iditarod in Alaska. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much, Volga Quest.